Hello, I've just read chapter 1 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld, and we're really just getting straight into it. So we open it up with Ferris and Trevor looking out at the Jedi Temple, not in the ship now, it's been a few hours or weeks, and Ferris is observing the temple, and again I have to go skim through it again quickly. And Ferris just can't really believe it, and it looks as though it's dissolving before his eyes, and how since the end of the Clone Wars, everything has just seemed not real yet hyper real at the same time. He knew it wasn't logical, but that's just how he felt, and how he had gone from living a fairly pleasant and normal life on Belarsa, which was a fairly pleasant world, to then going to being a hero, a prisoner, and then a fugitive, and here he is trying to rescue a Jedi, and you have Trevor there, and he says, Ferris, I don't know whether you've noticed, but it's raining. Not that I'm complaining, but I can't feel my fingers or my feet, and I'm hungry. There are icicles in my hair, and I get the point. Just a few more minutes. And Ferris, he just can't seem to get Trevor off him. Again, this chapter's a lot of a recap, but also it's still moving. And he just can't seem to get Trevor off of him. And he's tried to lose Trevor, but he just didn't want to go, and he didn't quite know what to do with Trevor, but Trevor had his uses. And there were a few times when he was thankful because he is because his stubbornness can sometimes turn into courage. And he was able, and anyway, he looks through at the temple, and he's through his electro binoculars, and he's able to determine that yes, the Empire is using the temple as a prison. Let's keep in mind this is legends, not canon, so the Imperial Palace is an entirely separate building. It's not the temple, and he's able to figure out the temple is being used as a prison, and there have been whispers in the streets. It only took him a few hours to find that people have been saying that the Empire have been luring Jedi there, through a homing beacon and then taking them prisoner. But then Obi-Wan told Ferris that he had turned the homing beacon into a warning beacon before any Jedi got killed, and so Ferris was able to tell that the rumour was fake, but there still had to be some Jedi there. Specifically, what's her name, if I can find her? Vitor Rana. And again, we're giving a reminder as to how Ferris found out. Again, keep in mind this is the next book, so we are having lots of reminders of what happened in the previous book. And Ferris starts to make a plan that he can spot a bit of a broken wall, I'm fairly sure. Hold on. Oh yeah, earlier he does think, back when I was telling you about how he had gone from a prisoner to a fugitive, etc. He had been thinking, how did this happen? And then he thought, get a grip. But anyway, then he starts looking out at the temple, and how the old hangar had been destroyed, and they built a new landing platform in front of the temple, and it looked like an ugly scar protruding out, and he had to tell himself, don't think of what was, think of the next step. And he thought, so, it's a prison. He knew prisons. It was difficult to break out, but not as difficult to break in. And Trevor looks at him and says, you're thinking we can do it? And Trevor goes, well, yes, we can. And Trevor, back with his remarks, says, yeah, sure, no problem. What's a couple hundred stormtroopers? And Ferris tells him that he has an advantage, and Trevor goes, besides me? And he smirks. And Ferris goes on to explain that they may occupy the temple, but no one knows the temple like a Jedi does. And he then says to Trevor that he tells him that he can do it alone, and he'd rather do it alone, and they can have a rendezvous point. And Trevor says no, he wants to come. And Trevor asks how he intends to get in, and I'll just read off what Ferris says. I think I have a way, Ferris said. We drop from a ship straight onto the burned tower. I can see a place where part of the tower was blasted away. That will give us some footing. Directly above there used to be a small glassed-in garden on the south side. It was used to grow herbs for the kitchen. If we can climb over that blasted part into where the garden used to be, we can get into a service hallway. There was a system of linkage service tunnels that ran to the service turbo lifts. With any luck, some of the tunnels have survived, and we can get into the lower levels that way. That's the only place the prison could be. And Trevor says, what ship are you talking about? And Ferris talked about, and they're not going to use Toma's ship. And they left it in the landing bay or platform. And Ferris and Trevor even says that, who's going to drive? And Ferris says, well, there's air taxi drivers that are there. And Trevor says, you mean jump in an air taxi and say, hey driver, could you please drop us on the tower? And Ferris explains that it has to be the right driver. And Trevor replies, okay, let's review, Trevor said. We are going to drop from a moving vehicle onto a ruined tower to find a maybe opening that could lead to some blasted to bits tunnels in order to maybe make it into a place flooded with stormtroopers, so we can maybe rescue one Jedi who, if we're lucky, might still be alive. Ferris looked Trevor right in the eye. You have a problem with that? Nah, Trevor said. Let's go. And anyway, we learn that there is a kind of shadowy landing platform that private air taxi drivers do illegal business and do what? Let's see how it's described, shall we? Go back. For me, too far. And dangerous trips, and Trevor's talking to a muscular humanoid with face tattoos, and Trevor pinches some food and a carton of juice from a food stand, and even puts one in his pocket, and the driver takes them over to the tower, to the burned tower. And he tells them to get off if they're going, and so Trevor and Ferris, Ferris uses a liquid cable, and he fires it, and the two of them fly over, and Trevor's a bit nervous at first, but Ferris reassures him. And from the cable, Ferris is able to see that, and once they do land, once they're holding on to the edge of the onto the tower, of holding onto the cable with Trevor described as hugging the tower, and Ferris with his back to it. Ferris can see the Senate complex and big statue of Palpatine that Palpatine had commissioned. And I'll just read off the last line of the chapter. Ferris felt the rough stone of the temple against his back. Sure, he would have to break in, but a surge of feeling rose in him. A connection like no other. He was home. And that's how we end off this chapter. I think it was a good chapter, and I do like that we got... it did take me by surprise that we were getting straight into it. Because this feels like it's going to be a short story when it is 130 pages. And it feels like it should be about... It just feel like it would be a short story that's about an hour long at the moment. But no, it does go on for... Let's just see how many pages it goes on for. If I can get to that page. ...137 pages, and it seems to have 17 chapters. So, I don't know how they're going to drag it on for 17 chapters, but... and 137 pages, but no doing it. Again, I think I'm already liking the book. Ferris and Trevor have such a great dynamic, because Ferris is able to throw jokes, but knows when to be serious, and kind of can use humour as a comforting thing, and he's a bit like Anakin. And Trevor, he doesn't really take things seriously. He's got a kind of... he's both very serious but very comedic at the same time, and he's very sarcastic, because the way his character comes across, he does come across as a very serious character, yet he's always throwing jokes out there, and the dynamic is hilarious. I was not expecting us to get straight into it, this chapter. I thought we were going to wait for a little while before we actually got right into it. I thought, because Dexter's on the front cover, who, if you don't know, that's the one Obi-Wan talks to find out where the Camino saber dart came from in Attack of the Clones. And I know Dexter's in here, and so that did kind of throw me that we got straight into it, because I thought, oh, we're going to be meeting Dexter, are we? But no, we got just straight into it, and it took me by surprise. But I like that we're getting straight into it, but I also do wonder how this book's going to go on for so long. Like, even with... But another thing I do like about this book is that, unlike... Well, I do think the last book, Dark Warning, did kind of drag out its ending a bit when we got to Coruscant. You know, I think Chapter 17 would have been the perfect place when the book, they didn't need to drag it out to Chapter 18. I think Chapter 18 could have easily been a part of Underworld. Especially since Underworld does seem to be entirely on Coruscant. I could be wrong on that though, but it does seem like it's going to be entirely on Coruscant. And I do think maybe they should have put Chapter 1 of that book into this one. Not Chapter 1, Chapter 18 of Dark Warning into this book, because I think where the Chapter 17 ended was perfect. But I do like how this isn't a direct continuation from that last chapter, like how Dark Warning literally picked up where the Desperate Mission left off. This isn't picking up exactly where the last book ended off. It takes place a few hours or a few weeks afterwards. It's tough to say, because it does seem, because the way the book makes it sound, we know they spent at least a few hours on there, because it does say it only took Ferris a few hours to learn of the gossip of what the Jedi Temple was being used for. And then it goes on to describe that it had been say it had been a few weeks that he'd been travelling with Trevor, and there's no way Dark Warning took place over the course of a few weeks. Just with how that book was there was no way that book only took place over the course of a few weeks. So I do think this is probably a few weeks on Coruscant. And I do know there is a short story called Ghosts of the Sith, and apparently that takes place on Korriban, but it's meant to take place between Dark Warning and Underworld, which doesn't really make sense to me. But anyway, I think this was a good opening. I like that we get... One complaint I did have with Dark Warrior was just how much action there is, but I do kind of like that we're getting straight into it in Underworld, though it did take me by surprise that we were getting straight into it. But yeah, there's not a whole lot to say because it is the start of the mission. There's not really a whole lot to talk about, but I do like that that for Ferris, you really do see the pain for him. Because even though he left the Jedi, even though he was no longer a Jedi, he's now back on that path of trying to become a Jedi again, and it does hurt him to see the temple in the way it is, and I am going to be interested to see how his character, how he continues to react to being in the temple. Because it does say he was home, but it's very different, and Ferris knows that it's different. Let me see if I can find it. He had once been a Jedi apprentice. He had left the Jedi, but step by step he was managing to reclaim what he's lost. The same pure connection to the Force, the same allegiance to his fellow Jedi, or now the memory of them. Seeing the temple like this hurts the deepest part of him. And that's when Trevor says, tells him about how he's freezing in the rain. But, Ferris is very hurt seeing the temple as it is. And even though Ferris does say leaving the Jedi was the best thing that ever happened to him, he still has a lot of love and a lot of care for the Jedi themselves, and how even though he's left them, he himself mentally and just mentally has not left the Jedi fully. He's still got that connection, and even though he keeps saying, I'm not a Jedi anymore, I've left the Jedi, and now he can't be a Jedi because of attachment, even though everyone did say the new Jedi will be based on their attachment will be his strength. Ferris is still a Jedi, even if he doesn't think it himself, and I think even though despite Ferris is saying, I'm not a Jedi, I think you can't know that he can't it's something he believes in, but also not something I don't think he fully believes in. And I think that's quite an interesting thing. Or it could just be he doesn't believe in it, but he's just got so much love and connection for the Jedi, and I think it's a part of his character that's been quite significant since I first met him with in chapter 11 of The Desperate Mission. No, that's when you first met Obi-Wan. It was chapter 7 or 8 of Desperate Mission when we first met him in Last of the Jedi. I've not gone through Jedi Quest, although I keep mentioning it, but I've not gone through Jedi Quest. So this is my first time really seeing Ferris Solo. So, but yeah, I enjoy the chapter. I'm looking forward to see where this goes, especially since we're getting straight into it. I was expecting to have a bit more time before we got straight into it, but now we got straight into it. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 2 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. So, Ferris grabs onto a sensor, a flexible sensor, on one of its arms, and looks into the garden, and it starts to bring back memories for him, and he's also quite devastated at just the state the garden is in. It's not just burnt, it's been blasted, and the entrance has been blocked by rubble and stone. And he remembers back with Siri, his master, and how she handed him some herbs and asked him to tell her what he was saying to him, and he just didn't get it. And Siri told him it's connected to the Force, it's part of the living Force, it's connected to all living things. Tell me what it says. And Ferris goes, it says lunch, and Siri laughs and says, not the most imaginative, and she grabs a few more edible flowers and herbs, and Ferris tells that... I don't know, I can't remember what the character's name was now. What was it? I've gone too far back. Yoland Fee doesn't like he doesn't like people scurrying through his herbs and pinching them, and it's one of the rules of the Padawans to not pinch the herbs. And so he says, if you weren't as stiff, perhaps we'd get along a little bit better. And and that's where the memory ends for Ferris, and he knows just how right Siri was, how he was too busy trying to put on that facade of being perfect, always worried that he wouldn't say the right thing or do the right thing, how he was trying to be perfect, etc. It was only a thing that he learned to let go of once he was on Belasa with Roan, and that he was able to break out of there. Oh man, and he started to think about how much he missed his life with Roan, how its life had kind of been divided in two by the war and the Empire, and how it had for so many people, and that the rise of Palpatine had been so strategic and done in such a way where the Republic were desperate for leadership and they didn't really question Palpatine and look into what he was doing until it was too late. But then Ferris snaps out of it. He keeps telling himself he needs to keep his mind focused in the moment rather than looking back on memories. And he didn't expect for memories to be another challenge while he was in the temple. And he thinks to himself he would rather take stormtroopers over memories any day. And I think it says in the book, I'm fairly sure, that memories were quite hard for him. But Ferris then says to Trevor that the stones have collapsed around the opening and he'll need Trevor to blast them open, and Trevor goes, "Oh, I thought you'd never ask." And we learn that Trevor is an explosives expert, and that his brother Tyke had taught him a lot about explosives and how he could take apart how Trevor could take apart an alpha charge and increase its blast power or decrease it without really much, without, as I think it says in the book, without batting an eye. And so Ferris brings Trevor up. Trevor positions the charge, and Ferris is knocked off his perch and has to grab onto the sensor by the power of the charge, and it was only meant to be at half power, and he eventually gets back on, and he says, what does he say? Come on. That's too far back now. Too far. And he says, "That was half a charge. It's not an exact science, you know," Trevor replied sheepishly. And Ferris just says, "Let's just hope the stormtroopers didn't hear it, come on." And the charge barely blasted a hole into the stone. It did, but not big enough. I'd say not big enough, it was very small. Big enough to kind of get through, just about, but... Yeah, so Ferris uses the Force to leap up and then grabs Trevor and pulls him up, and they go through, and Ferris, the two get out onto the other side, and Trevor's caught off guard a little bit by just how different everything was, and we learn that the Jedi Temple will be a bit of a labyrinth and confusing for people who weren't Jedi, because it was designed to kind of go in rhythm with a Jedi's life. It made sense to a Jedi but not to other people, and it's now just so different. A wall is blackened by smoke, another wall's demolished, a corridor is gone. I assume it just means it's blocked up or something like that. There's holes in the ceiling, and the temple's just in absolute ruin. And it took Ferris a moment to kind of get his bearings again, and then he changes his plan and goes another way, and he knows there's a droid shop over there. And he goes over a wall, and he knows there's a droid repair station or something, and he thinks back to, and then he gets another memory. And he remembers I think it was something like, what did it say, a few months? Hold on. No, too far back. Too far back. It doesn't really specify, but it said but it said that, but it's with Anakin, and he's in the shop, and he's remembering, and we learn that that this memory takes place not too long after Anakin came. It just says he arrived only this past year, and Ferris had heard the rumours of Anakin, how he was found, how he was brought, how he may be the chosen one, and Anakin is saying that he likes to look at the droids, and that he built a droid back on his own world. Ferris is a bit... Ferris wants to say the right thing and comfort Anakin, but he doesn't know quite what to say. And he hates that his awkwardness comes across as stiffness and unfriendliness, and he just hates it, and he doesn't quite know what to say. And he can't choose he was True Veld or another one, another one of the Jedi that's mentioned in here. What is that Jedi? He wishes he was either True Veld or Darathel Tanis, where they could talk to anyone and become their friend. And it was hard for him to know what to say, as he just didn't have that gift, and his teachers always told him to connect more to the living force, and he said that he doesn't remember his own world or his family, and Anakin looks at him and goes, "You're lucky." But then we cut back and to the present day, and Ferris and Trevor are in there, and droids have been fused together by the heat, and there's rustling going on, which, funny enough, I forgot the words rustling, and I thought it was rustling, as if it was like rusticles or something like that. It was, and I googled it, and it was, I can't believe I missed that. Especially since it was said, rustling told him that there were creatures scurrying about, and it was, But anyway, there's puddles in there because of rain, and Ferris looks around and sees an entrance and says that must lead to the Grand Hall, we best avoid that, and he looks over to a pile of, I think it's of metal or stone, what was it? Yeah, giant pile of rubble, and he says, I think that's where the service tunnels are, I think. And Trevor says, well, they better be behind there if we cleared all that. And then they start to hear boots coming towards them, and they hide in a pile of fused droids, and stormtroopers coming, and officer leading them says through his headset that that the sensor picks up life forms intruding, and so the stormtroopers start to look around the droid repair station thing in my mob, and Trevor looks at Ferris nervously, and Ferris knows that they're going to be caught soon, he's a bit. And he just knows how efficient stormtroopers are, and he just doesn't. he just doesn't like it, and that's when he feels something wet, and I think what was it? What was it? What was it? Hang on. Wet and bristling, and it's a little rat that's going by, and his Jedi training allowed him not to flinch, but before he can even tell Trevor, the rat waddles by him, and he catches Trevor, and Trevor is taken by surprise, and he jumps and bangs his head, and it sends a very small little clang, and the officer immediately knows. And he points his glow rods over to the pile centimetres away from it, and says that the intruders are there, and the stormtroopers have to search and destroy, and that's where we end off the chapter. I think this was a good chapter. I like that we got to see a little bit more of, again, as someone who hasn't read the Jedi Quest books, I know I keep mentioning it, but I think it was nice to see a bit more of Ferris's past. I am curious as to whether some of these scenes are even in the Jedi Quest books. I assume some would, but others not. But anyway, I think I liked seeing these scenes with Ferris back when he was a Jedi. Again, as someone who hasn't gone through Jedi Quest, it's nice to see that contrast in his character, and it's, I think, even better to see that contrast with how he looks at himself now, and how he's annoyed at his younger self. How he even thinks to himself, how could anyone stand him back then? With him trying to be perfect all the time and trying to always say the right thing and stuff. And I think it's a very interesting delve into his character, and I think, again, it was nice to see him come back to some memories while in the temple. I think that adds a little bit of extra layers to this mission. So yeah. Again, we kind of knew Trevor knew how to manage explosives, but we didn't really know just how good he was with explosives, because we knew that he was able to manage them. But it wasn't established that he could that he was an explosives expert yet. So that was new, and to the extent of being able to alter just how powerful the blast is. But yeah, I quite enjoyed the chapter. I'm looking forward to seeing how they get out of this situation, because it really is a big cliffhanger, this one. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone. Sorry, I just had a bit of a cough before starting this. Yeah, choked. I've just read The Last of the Jedi, Underworld Chapter 3, so if I keep coughing through this, and just, again, tickle my throat. Choked. So we pick up where we just left off. And Trevor takes out one of his turnovers, one of his pastries that he got in the market in the first chapter, and he throws it over, and the mere rat, as it's called, goes scurrying after it, and a stormtrooper and the officer lowers his glow rod down to it, and the stormtrooper goes, "Another rat." It's so big they keep setting off the sensors and they leave, and they both think. Ferris goes, "Oh, that was a close one," and Trevor says, "And now my lunch is gone," as if that's the biggest of your worries. Anyway, they come out, and Ferris starts using a Jedi technique to try and figure out if the tunnels are behind the pile of rubble. And the technique was something all Padawans learned, and they would be brought into a room with their eyes shut, then they'd be told to open their eyes for 5 seconds, then to close it again, and then to close them again, and then recite all the details they saw. And sometimes they'd be brought up against a blank wall and have to recite, or what seemed like a blank wall, and have to recite every crevice and irregularity. And so Ferris looks back on his memory with Anakin from the last chapter, and he's able to figure out that just where in the pile of rubble the tunnels were, and he takes out Garam Yulan's lightsaber. I'm just going to call him Yulan. You can see my Dark Warning reviews if you want to know how I was confused by his name. He takes out Garam Yulan's lightsaber and he starts slowly rotating it in the pile of rubble, and it starts to dissolve the rubble. Then once it's cleared, while he's doing it, Trevor is actually quite fascinated by the power of the lightsaber. But then once it's a hole big enough, Ferris and Trevor start to make their way through, and Ferris explains as they're going through the tunnels that Padawans get used to use the tunnels and service passageways to hide from their teachers if they miss an assignment, or if they were trying to avoid a class. And Trevor goes, "Oh, I knew it, you were a renegade, Ferris." And Ferris thinks, well, Trevor doesn't really know what Ferris used to be like. The Ferris he knows is very different from the Ferris used to be. And again, Ferris was always trying to be perfect and always trying to do everything right and etc. And he never missed a class or an assignment. And he didn't really get along with anyone until really the end of his apprenticeship, and that's when Dara died, and Anakin he didn't get along well with. But eventually they come to the end of the passageway. I think there's a little bit extra to that. I could find it real quick. And Ferris thinks back to that, he would have done things differently now. He wouldn't have judged Anakin the way he did, and now Anakin, as far as Ferris is aware, is dead. Truveld is dead. Dara's dead. All the Padawans are dead. And that he lived with for most of his childhood. And even the greatest warriors of the Jedi Mace Windu, Kit Fisto, even Yoda cannot defeat the Sith. And then the book continues saying, so what made him think he could? I know I can't defeat them, but maybe if we strike enough blows, we can hurt them. It wasn't in the Jedi nature to act out of anger, but was it really so wrong to enter a fight because you were so deeply and thoroughly enraged? Anyway, they come to the end of the tunnel, and they come up to a service passageway, and he explains that, and Ferris goes on to explain that there is a turbo lift that they could possibly use to get down to the storage block, which is the most which is the only place that could be really reconfigured into a secure place. And even if the turbo lift isn't working, they can still make their way down the shaft. And there's only a wall dividing the service passageway from the main hall. And they want to avoid the main hall because, again, stormtroopers. And there's a lot of movement going on in there, and Ferris thinks there's a lot of movement going on in there. Maybe this is more than just a prison. And anyway, they start making their way through the service passageway once they're sure no one's there. They make it to the turbo lift, and it's been blocked by collapsed rubble, and so Ferris and Trevor have to make their way through the hallway, and they come across the room of 1,000 fountains, and Ferris has to look in there. It was his favourite room, and it's all desolate, it's all dried up. There is no calming, trickling of water. There is no cool spray. All the plants are dried up and brown and dead. It's just so disappointing for him now. And it was his favourite room in the temple as well. They go past the map room, which he didn't really care for to have a look at. And then he sees Joe Snoo's beloved library, and he doesn't even have to open the doors. He just has to look through the holes blasted in them to see that it has been systematically destroyed. Anyway, it continues down the hall. They come across, and that's when they start to hear footsteps. So Ferris pulls Trevor behind a column, and it appears to be a messenger and a Imperial officer. The officer's saying that you should have been here earlier, and the messenger says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was collecting data," and he tells him that he has to put all the files in the Inquisitor's office, and he gives him the directions, and it's made clear that it's Malorum's office, Head Inquisitor Malorum. Again, he's not called a Head Inquisitor at any point at this point, but I know he gets referred to as a Head Inquisitor eventually. And the directions he gives mean that he's taken Yoda's living quarters as his office. And once they're gone, Ferris thinks, but why would he take Yoda's living quarters? And then he thinks, oh, but because he can. The arrogance. And Trevor isn't too pleased either. And he says, not that guy again. But anyway, Malorum's not expected to be back until the next day, which is to move all base of operations from the Imperial stronghold into the Jedi Temple. But once the officer and the messenger are gone, Trevor and Ferris make their way to the turbo lift, and Ferris feels his heartbeat quicken as he's now only about to find out if there are any more remaining Jedi. I quite enjoy this chapter, and again, it was nice to see those smaller moments with Ferris looking at the Tower of 1,000 Fountains, and looking back at his time as a Jedi, which we have had quite a bit of, but yeah, and Trevor's inventiveness to get them out of that situation as well was quite good, but yeah. Right then, so there's not really a whole lot more I want to talk about with the chapter, because again, not really a whole lot to talk about. There is a lot of reminiscing on the past, which is nothing really new for Last of the Jedi. We already know that Ferris doesn't quite much like thinking about the past. And there isn't really a whole lot to talk about with it as well, because they don't really get to see any scenes. And again, it is just a lot of walking down corridors, and really the main thing of significance that does happen is with Malorum being mentioned, and that's the point I want to cover last before I end this review. I think Malorum's mention and what he's doing is it's very much a spit in the face for the Jedi, because he's taken Yoda's quarters, and I think that just says a lot about his character. We already know from how Obi-Wan made it seem like, to him it seemed like he was trying to impersonate the Emperor with how he dressed. And you can kind of see how he's trying to and I think that's more or less now confirmed with him taking Yoda's quarters. He really just wants to put himself on a pedestal and make himself much grander and better than everyone. And it really is a spit in the face to the Jedi. And again, Ferris is saying, why would he take Yoda's quarters? And then he thinks, because he can, the arrogance. And it just says volumes about Malorum's character. And it really is such a thing that really shows you just how much he despises the Jedi. We always know he hates Ferris Solon. And we're not sure if he does know Ferris is a Jedi yet. I think he might do, but there's not been any confirmation, I don't think. I could be wrong on that though. But yeah, I think that was it was a very small detail, but a detail that I think really says a lot about his character. But yeah, I think that does it for this review. We have had confirmation that yes, Malorum did put a death mark, as it's described in the book, for Trevor. Trevor did say in the end of the first book that they'll probably want him executed for helping Ferris escape, and well, he's right. So, yeah. But yeah, that brings an end to this review of Chapter 3 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read Chapter 4 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So, Ferris and Trevor, they get down to the storage unit room, the storage unit hallway stuff from lower levels, the storage unit level, let's just call it that. And Ferris is expecting to have to fight his way through, etc. And the door opens, and he has his lightsaber ready, and there's no one there. In fact, it's dusty. And he's cautious to begin with. But he gradually starts making his way through. And he listens for sounds, and he even uses the Force to sense if there's any living being near. And yeah, his Force sense is a bit rusty, but he still received nothing, and you thought, surely, if this was a prison, he would pick up the echoes of the living Force, no matter how faint, especially from a Jedi. And Trevor says, you look worried, and Ferris says that he doesn't feel anything, and Trevor goes, is that all? And Ferris says that's everything for a Jedi. And they move forward, and we learn that Ferris isn't as familiar with this level. And although Jedi are taken on an extensive tour around the temple to memorise it, Ferris visits the storage areas infrequently. And luckily it's just a standard layout with parallel hallways, and storage rooms are varying size, and they look into each one, and they're always empty, except for pretty much just some worthless items. And Trevor says, I guess the Empire found the Trevor. The Trevor! I guess the Empire found the treasure, Trevor said. But maybe they overlooked something. Anything down here? What Trevor? Treasure? Ferris asked. The treasure the Jedi had, Trevor said. You know the Order was rich. All those payments from worlds they protected. Ferris was furious. That was a lie told by the Emperor. The Jedi never took payment for their services. Palpatine was trying to turn the galaxy against the Jedi to justify his crimes. Now you're repeating the lies. Hey Ferris, power down. How was I supposed to know it was a lie? Everyone said it. Everyone says the Emperor is on your side too. Excellent point. And Ferris thinks that in many ways that is the worst part of Order 66. It destroyed pretty much what the Jedi stood for. It made them look like they were very greedy and hungry for power rather than being selfless and etc. And Trevor looks at his expression and said that he's sorry and he eats the word treasure, and he starts to go a little bit so and he says, "You forget I'm a thief," and Ferris says, "Not anymore," and Ferris just doesn't quite understand. This is a logical place for a prison, and the word on the street is that the Jedi are down deep in the temple storerooms. And Trevor asks if there's anywhere else they could be keeping them, and Ferris says anything is possible. But that's when he sees a glint of a reflection. There we go. Wasn't sure if my microphone was out just because the meter is very small when I talk. Anyway, Ferris then catches a reflection and he walks into the storage room, and it takes him by surprise what he sees. Lightsabers. And Trevor doesn't say anything in what's described as a rare display of tact, and he says nothing. And Ferris just takes the moment to absorb what's everything going on, and he picks up some of the lightsabers and puts them back down, and there's jumbles and piles of them, and some are laid out neatly, as it says in the book, no doubt for identification, and he just whispers to himself, how many? And he leans over to pick one up and another one, and the next part of the book says, here was the proof. The Empire must have collected the lightsabers when they could, but for what purpose, he wasn't sure. To identify Jedi, perhaps? But who would be able to recognise the hilts but another Jedi? Or perhaps they meant to study the lightsabers in order to be able to use them as weapons one day. After all, everyone had told him that Emperor Palpatine was a Sith. Darth Vader was his apprentice. Did they want to build a Sith army? But what did it matter? There was a pounding inside him, metal against rock. Something fierce and elemental. Grief was pounding him. And there is a very powerful line here, and I'll have to try and figure out the deeper meaning to later. But this is how it worked, he realised. Each time you think you have comprehension of your sorrow, you get blindsided again. You slide back into your rage and your disbelief. And he keeps looking at them, and he knows that to the Empire, they were just another Jedi that were eliminated and had to be taken out. You know, it was just systematic, but Ferris, it was personal. Each lightsaber had a life, a nobility, a person with hopes and dreams and passions and wills behind it, and that's when he sees True Veld's lightsaber. And I've been wrong if you remember in the Desperate Mission when I was told that he repaired True Veld's lightsaber. Again, having gone through Jedi quests, I keep saying this in every chapter, but I assume that he repaired True Veld's lightsaber after it was faulty, but apparently Ferris repaired it without realising he was making it faulty. So that was a bit of a twist that I wasn't expecting. And he sees True Veld's lightsaber there, and little had he known at the time that this small favour he was doing would be the end of his career as a Jedi. And he didn't know quite what to do with the lightsaber. He didn't want to leave it, but he gazes around and knows True Veld has wanted it left there. And Ferris again starts to get overwhelmed with emotion with how each lightsaber had someone behind it, and then he goes, the fact that he was gone, here it was again, that feelings of something being too real and yet impossible at the same time. And Trevor tries to get Ferris's attention, saying that he hears something, and Ferris was just too overwhelmed with emotion to have heard, with sorrow, to have heard the noise. And he goes, "Oh, silent alarm!" And he thought, "Oh, I should have known," because he fought the Empire and he on Belasa, and he knew their tricks. And it finally clicked for him that, oh, this isn't a Jedi prison, it's a trap. And then literally the last line is, "It's a trap." Um, and he realises that the words on the street are to lure Jedi into the temple, to capture all Jedi and kill them. And that's where we end off the chapter. Again, there's not really a whole lot in this chapter that I can really say that I haven't really said already, but we do get to see quite a bit of how much Trevor has respect for the Jedi, and how much he cares about the truth. And I think probably the most interesting part about Ferris as a character is that despite him becoming a Jedi again, and him being a former Jedi, he has had that chance to live a normal life for quite a number of years to this point. And so it's interesting to see how he emotionally reacts to many of these things. And I think it's very interesting. It's something you wouldn't really expect to see, usually. And you wouldn't really see this not with quote-unquote normal Jedi, who would try to be very respectful and accepting of it. Whereas Ferris, he's just angry. He's just angry that that the Empire's, that Palpatine manipulated the galaxy, that the Jedi are framed for something that they didn't do, and he just wants to put things right. He's just fed up and frustrated, and then he has all these, and being in the temple is just giving him all these reminders of his past, and it just keeps interrupting his mission, which was to try and find the Jedi. And I think it is such an interesting thing to look at with Ferris, because again, he's had a chance to break away from the shackles of being a normal Jedi. And it's a very interesting perspective to see it this way, rather than the more typical formal, okay, they're gone now. But that's the way of life. For Ferris, it really is, they're gone now. This is not acceptable. And so it's a very interesting dynamic that you wouldn't really get with a more traditional Jedi character. And even with how even with how he reacts when Trevor says there's the Jedi, about when Trevor starts talking about the Jedi's alleged treasure, and how normal Jedi, they would be, no, that wasn't true, and they would try to explain it in a fairly pleasant way, and you have Ferris there who's just getting angry and angrier, and he's just so frustrated, and you can tell that he's just had enough of all of this pain and suffering. It just continues on and on and on, and you really just feel for Ferris. You really just want to give him a big hug and tell him everything's okay. But yeah, again, this was a very short chapter. This is the shortest of all the chapters so far. only went on for about 6 pages, and so, but even so, it was a good chapter, and I think, again, this really just does show you how emotionally attached Ferris is to the Jedi, even though he's no longer one. But yeah, that's my review for Chapter 4 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone! I've just read Chapter 5 of The Last of the Jedi, Dark Warning, Underworld. So, last chapter, I wanted to quickly cover a little bit of that about last chapter, because I don't think I mentioned it in that review, but I did predict that, the fact that, it wasn't a prison, it was a trap. I pretty much predicted it while I was reading that chapter. But anyway, on to chapter 5 now. I think I'm almost halfway through the book. Looking by now, looking at just how many pages there are left. It looks to be about half. Nearly. Anyway, on to chapter 5. So Ferris knows that the Jedi Temple wasn't just built for beauty, it was also built with an eye for utility, and so he goes to the back of the storage unit and he sees what he suspects, and he sees what he hoped to see, which was an entrance to a service tunnel, and so he uses his lightsaber to cut it open because the control panel for the door is broken and it's sealed by the door. He knows the stormtroopers will eventually find them, so they rush through, and that's when they come up to another door, and this control panel works. They run through, and the door closes behind them, and the stormtroopers won't know they're there. And Ferris looks at the shelf. They're in another storage unit room, and Ferris looks at the empty shelves, and he sees markings on there, and he goes, "They marked them." Trevor goes, "Oh," they left marks, and Trevor goes, "What left marks?" And Ferris goes, "The bins, the food storage bins. This was a food storage room." And then Ferris starts to think, and he starts saying, as he moves over to a control panel, he starts explaining that the cooks used to, if they needed ingredients, would send out would put the ingredients they needed on a screen in the kitchen, and droids would come down, collect the food, put them into little chutes into little lifts that were powered by compressed air, and then they'd be held in stasis in mid-air with an area that had no gravity. And Ferris says that they can use that to escape. And Trevor goes, "I'm not a can of beans." But anyway, Ferris gets Trevor in there, and he says to Trevor if he can't make it, to steal a ship and go back to the asteroid. Anyway, so Trevor gets in there. Ferris attempts to get into another chute, but he just can't quite fit in there, and he starts to remember a memory with Siri where they were hiking and he fell, and Siri makes sure he's okay, and says, "Why didn't you use the Force to stop yourself from falling?" And we're told that at that time Ferris was only 14 and he wasn't able to call on the Force as easily, but he didn't want to admit it, and he says that there wasn't enough time, and Siri says there's always enough time for a Jedi. And she goes on to say that your body's not just bone and muscle, it's made of fluids and air, etc. And as Ferris is trying to sit up, he's getting all tangled up because he's growing fast, and he's often finds his limbs getting tangled up, and that's how he fell. And Siri tells him that, and the floor isn't as hard as it looks. Ferris says, so you say. Siri laughs as she helps him up, and what does she say? Come back a little bit too far. She says, you make everything harder than it has to be, Ferris, even dirt. But then Ferris uses the Force to assist himself into getting into space, and he shoots up, and he comes out, and you have Trevor there saying, hey, that was a fun ride, because I'll just read you the interaction for them, after Ferris explains his plan, if I can find it. Here we go. You mean you're going to blast me up on thin air? Trevor didn't seem sure of that. You'll have the ride of your life. Can I remind you, I'm not a can of beans. Within look, it still works. Hey, what happens if the zero gravity part doesn't work? Look for a handhold on your way down, Trevor. It's the only way to escape the stormtroopers. They'll never figure it out. It just keeps getting better and better. But anyway, Ferris gets up there and Trevor says, you were right, the ride was fun. And that's when Ferris feels the Force surge, and just before we get that, we get a little bit of a description of the kitchen and how it's a bit more intact, more or less. But it is still blackened, and there is still rubble scattered about the place, but there is one stove working and a table cleared for dining, and that's when the Force surges, and that's when 20 stormtroopers and an officer walk in, and I'll just read out the line, if I can get to it. The Force surged, a warning, only half a second before he heard the door open. He really had to work on his Force connection. What was the use of a warning if suddenly 20 stormtroopers appeared in your face? So that made me laugh. And then Trevor goes, whoa, and dives for cover, while Ferris starts deflecting the bolts. And Ferris tells Trevor to go near one of the stoves. As there is a little bit of, as there's a tunnel there, or a hallway, a passageway, what was it? Yeah, and he just says an exit, and so Trevor starts going there, and he's running in a crazy pattern as it's described, which makes him really hard to hit. And Ferris starts thinking that the stormtroopers and the officer would follow them into the corridor, and he wouldn't be able to lose them there. But the half-demolished library was close. There could be more cover there. He could get to the second level of the library and get out through the back door, and from there he doesn't quite know where to go, and then he thinks, oh, the answer comes to him. He goes, Yoda's private quarters, Malorum's office. And Malorum was away, it would be empty and quiet, and they could access files from there, maybe find a way to get out. I'm having to skim through this bit, because it is just, it's a very long plan. And anyway, Malorum was away, it would be empty and quiet, and so they would be able to access files, maybe find a way to get out, and maybe even find out what Malorum was up to, and the stormtroopers would never think someone would be stupid enough to hide in the main Inquisitor's private office, and the only problem is that they'd have to go through a bunch of main hallways to get there, and they'd be spotted. So Ferris clears his mind. He recalls walking into the room of 1,000 fountains earlier, and recalls seeing a canopy that used to imitate the sky, and how there were catwalks up there for the lights, to service the lights, and how it connected to a power conduct tunnel that ran in the walls, and they were smaller than the service tunnels, but built so that a service person could squeeze in to work on the circuits at any point. Trevor is now waiting for him in the corridor. I told you it was a long plan. But Trevor's now waiting for him in the corridor, and Ferris is a few seconds ahead of the stormtroopers, and they start going down the corridor. They turn a corner, just as the stormtroopers are firing on them. just as stormtroopers start to fire on them, and Ferris has no doubt that the officer's calling for backup. And he knows the hallways would soon be flooded with stormtroopers. And Ferris tells him to go that way, and as the stormtroopers are firing, it's sending chunks of stone falling on their heads. But more blaster bolts now fly down the hallway, and I'll just read this line. They were shooting just to shoot now, even though Ferris and Trevor were out of range. It was an Imperial tactic he remembers from his time in the Belarsan Resistance. Shoot to intimidate as well as kill. Why not? The Imperials didn't lack any ammunition, and they didn't care about physical destruction of property. And now the door to the main hallway is jammed, so Ferris leaps at it using both of his feet to open it, and it opens up. Ferris closes it with a lift of his hand and using the force, and then it starts to get instantly torn up by the blaster bolts. So Ferris and Trevor start darting down a short flight of stairs. They go into the library, and Ferris has to keep telling himself to not grieve. Now is not the time. Now is the time to plan. And as he goes through, they kick through the rubbles of the broken statues that have been the likenesses of many Jedi Masters. And the staircase is gone, so they climb up a stack of rubble, and they reach a balcony, and they reach the balcony and ran down to the rear door, and Ferris slides it open a centimetre and sees there's two officers in there, and there are two stormtroopers, and there were a couple of stormtroopers coming their way. Several of them, and he starts to hear stormtroopers downstairs, and he knows that they have to pull this off at just the right moment. And so once the stormtroopers pass and the officers continue going on, that's when Ferris and Trevor start to run through. Then they go over to it really starts to pick up this chapter. And then they start to run through into the room of 1,000 fountains. Ferris uses his liquid cable to pull himself and Trevor up. Trevor says, "I'm starting to get used to this." And he's not having any trouble keeping up now, for Trevor. And so now they start to go through the tunnel thingy, mobobs, whatever it was, that you get through the catwalks, and they start crawling through them. And it says crawling, but then it says they Ferris bends over later, so, yeah. Ferris warns Trevor that this one's in the wall, he says in a whisper, so tread lightly. And Ferris starts to picture where Yoda's quarters is, and when he assumes they're about when he assumes that they were near the door, he holds up a hand to Trevor, and there's a great door in front of him, and he opens it a little, and you could see that they're opposite of it, and he sees the hallway are empty, and he's about to open the grate and ready to ease it off, and that's when he hears footsteps, and it's Malorum, who again isn't meant to be back until tomorrow, and he's striding in his inquisitive robes, as it says, and there's an assistant hurrying by his side. Now, funnily enough, Hydra doesn't appear in the early books, according to in this series, according to Wikipedia. But she is described as Malorum's assistant, and she for some reason doesn't appear in any of the books in the early in the books that Malorum appears in, despite being Malorum's assistant. So I'm just going to assume that this is Hydra, even though it's not named. But again, the character's not named either, so I'm just going to say and assume that this is Hydra, because again, she's described as his personal assistant. It is said that Malorum's striding with an assistant beside him. You're like, come on. And anyway, I'm just going to refer to the assistant as Hydra. It's not Hydra, it's not described as Hydra, but come on, it's... When you leave an assistant unnamed with no gender, it's hot, and and you've established later that there is an assistant from Malorum called Hydra. I'm just going to call them Hydra. So, Malorum and Hydra stop outside Yoda's chambers, and Ferris feels a slight disturbance in the Force, and he realises that, oh, Obi-Wan was correct, yeah, Malorum is Force sensitive, but he doesn't think and so he hides his connection to the Force, but he doesn't really think that Malorum would be skilled enough to feel his presence anyway. And Malorum starts saying to the assistant, which again I'm just going to call Hydra, and I'll just read out this last bit. "Don't sound the general alarm," Malorum snapped. "By all means look, but look quietly. Lord Vader has decided to pay us an unannounced visit. I don't want him to know about this until the intruders are caught." "Yes, sir." Ferris felt the dark side of the Force surge in a sickening wave. So powerful he inadvertently shrank back. He knew what it meant. The Sith Lord had arrived. And that's where we end the chapter. I personally enjoyed the chapter. It really did start to pick up a lot of speed once we got into the kitchen. It's really just was... I was complaining in Dark Warning how each chapter was just ba 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 ba, but this is just... This just took every chapter being ba 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 ba, to every moment in a chapter being ba 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 ba. So it's even faster now. But yeah, it really did pick up speed. It really did, this chapter. You went from being about the average pace of the book to just being ba 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 ba. So, yeah. There were quite a few amusing moments, such as Trevor saying, "Not a can of beans," or what was the point of a warning if only a moment later you get sent stormtroopers up in your face. So yeah, there were quite a few amusing moments in there. I don't quite understand how that memory of Siri really had any relevance, because it seems to be that that's Trevor remembering that memory is what allowed him to use the Force to assist himself to kind of contort his body into that small space. But the whole lesson Siri's trying to teach you seems like a completely different lesson. She suggests, I could be wrong though, you never know. Maybe I'm wrong and just didn't click with me. Because she does start talking about how your body's not just bone and muscle, it's got fluids and air and something else in there. And maybe that's what it had to do. Maybe that's the part of the memory that Ferris focused on, but it was a bit of a confusing memory, and I think maybe if it was a slightly different event, maybe it would have been a bit more sense, but it's honestly such a small nitpick that it doesn't really matter that much. But yeah, I quite enjoyed this chapter. I'm looking forward to the next one. I know Ferris winds up getting captured at some point, because I had a little sneaky look at the Underworld article on Wikipedia, and it does say that Malorum interrogates Ferris at one point, so I'm going to be interested to see that. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello! I've just read chapter 6 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So we pick up where we last left off, but now Vader has very quickly arrived. He made an unannounced visit and he's now here with Malorum, assuming the hallway because Ferris can see them. And Malorum starts speaking with Vader. And you really just get to see how much of a high opinion of himself Malorum has. And Ferris feels a bit terrified, of course, and you can only really see Vader's boots, but eventually Malorum walks in the way and Vader says, "The situation is normal, you say?" And Malorum starts lying, saying that yes, everything, he arrived a day early, he likes to do that, and he likes to keep surprise and keep everyone on their toes, and it's a good way to learn things, and Vader cuts him off and saying, "You're here because I told you to come here." And if he can stop complimenting himself, perhaps he can tell him why those squads patrolling the hallways. Malorum continues to lie, explaining that he likes to have them have readiness. And Vader just goes, "Do you think I'm a fool?" And Malorum goes a bit, just says, "Excuse me, Lord Vader?" And Vader just winds up telling him that it's a waste of time, and his anger starts to build. And he says he hates wasting time, and he says he puts up with him because he's useful. And so he gives him a choice to either tell him the truth or continue his lies. And Ferris starts to feel Malorum's calculations. He can almost feel them. And it says the beat went on a little too long. And Malorum eventually admits that 2 intruders were spotted, and he assures Vader that they're trying to find a way that they are being tracked. And he also tries to again compliment them both, saying, "And in a way, this proves that my trap works." And Vader goes, "Really?" And Malorum says, "So the rumours we spread worked." And Vader just goes, "In order for a trap to work, it has to catch its prey. Instead, you got 2 intruders on the loose." And it says that you do not have a Jedi in custody. And Malorum has a bit of a false lightness in his voice, and says temporarily he assures him, and Vader just says assurances don't interest him, and Vader sounds bored, as it's described, and he just treats Malorum with contempt. And Ferris has heard that Malorum was Vader's special pet, but now he noticed that that's just made up gossip. And Vader says that he recalls that a Jedi slipped Malorum's grasp on Belasa. And Malorum says that he has a spy who's infiltrated Ferris's group, so I'm going to be interested to see who that is. I hope it's not Trevor. I really hope it's not Trevor. But he says that they have a spy who's infiltrated. He explains that he has a spy who's infiltrated the group and he's writing a report. Vader just says that he has a tedious obsession with trapping Jedi, and it has led him to neglect Vader's orders. He tells him that he gave you a simple task to stop resistance and rebellion on Coruscant, and he's not doing it. And Malorum goes, "Now, just a minute, Lord Vader. Coruscant is hardly an ordinary assignment. If you are not capable of the job, I'll find someone else to do it." "Of course I am capable, Lord Vader." "Then do it, and do it now. You want to rid yourself of intruders? Blow up the temple." And Malorum kind of staggers and says, "Blow it up?" And Vader goes, "Why not?" And Malorum goes, "But his private office is here and valuable records could be lost." And Vader tells him that he overemphasises his own importance. Malorum and Ferris can start to hear Malorum's breath. And he starts to say that, "I see what you're doing. You're trying to discredit me in the eyes of the Emperor, and he wants to destroy his work and his files." And then he realises, "Oh, you weren't serious," and it was a tactic just formed by Vader to see if he was hiding anything from him, anymore from him. And Vader says, "Files that haven't been tracked, that's against him. That's files that haven't been banked in Imperial security, that's against the Emperor's directive." And Ferris thinks, "This is a battle," Ferris thought. Malorum wants Vader's job. He wants to be the Emperor's pet, and Vader knows exactly what he's up to. Now Malorum gets a bit smug in his tone and says he has permission from the Emperor to keep files private that he feels could jeopardise ongoing investigations. And Vader says, "Do I need to remind you of your own inferiority?" And Vader's anger starts to just quash Malorum's assurance, as it says. And Malorum says he has no secrets from Vader, and there are reports that he hasn't seen yet, and files that need additional notes. He has spies everywhere on Coruscant, and as he knows, and reports on their progress and surveillance in the sub-levels. And he doesn't get to finish, but when Vader says, "That's Lars, you're telling me something I want to know." And Malorum continues to say not to mention the delicate matters on Polis Master, with the rumours on Polis Master, and that's when that's when Garth happens. Vader allows his anger to build, and the whole area starts to shake and break. The windows to Malorum's office burst. The walls are starting to crack. Chairs are being thrown around as Vader allows his anger to build, and he tells Malorum to never speak of that place again. And Malorum goes, "Of course, Lord Vader." And as it's happening, Ferris signals for Trevor to go back, and that's when Vader's anger is continuing to build. And the grating and the wall gets blown off, making Ferris and Trevor exposed. So I am curious as to how they're going to get out of this situation. You know, they don't have a rat now and a turnover to get them out. So I'm curious as to how they get out of this situation. I think this is quite an interesting perspective. I think this is quite interesting to see Malorum, because he really just wants favour with the Emperor. You know that, he really does. Vader knows that Malorum's just a fool who's aspiring to be something he can never be. But Malorum really believes he can take Vader's position, and he's trying to get favour with the Emperor. But you also see kind of his simpleton side, how Vader very easily tricks him through a personal weak spot on Malorum, where he's very uses his self-importance to his advantage, uses Malorum's self-importance to his advantage. And it's... You really are just thinking for Malorum, what are you doing? You know, you're trying to be superior to Vader. You don't have the favour of the Emperor or the power in the Force to be able to try and act higher up to Vader. And even Vader himself says he only keeps him around because he's useful. Yeah, that's the only reason he puts up with him. And Vader is just so annoyed at having to do this every time with Malorum. How Malorum keeps lying to him, and how, because again, he wants to give himself more favour. And it's funny in a way, but not ridiculously funny. But it really just is oh Malorum, what are you doing? So yeah. But anyway, I think that should do it for this review. Again, this was a shorter chapter, not a whole lot to talk about. I'm going to be interested to see who that spy is, because I really hope the spy's not Trevor. I don't think it's Trevor, but I really hope it's not. I have a feeling it may be Rayna or Toma, but then to me that may not make the most sense. I have a feeling it'd have to be someone from Belasa. I don't think it's going to be Amianton. It could be Will. but again, I don't think it would be. Again, this is a very tough, and I'm really interested to see who that spy is. That's going to be a very interesting thread that I hope to see. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye, and I'll see you in the next review, hopefully. Hello, I've just read Chapter 7 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. Now, this was a very fun chapter. It was, but also... you'll see as I explain. So, to summarise, now Trevor and Ferris are trying to sneak back into the glass of the broken glass, but Vader's there just looking at them, and Ferris and Trevor were looking up, and Ferris is absolutely terrified, and he knows he can't fight off a Sith. He doesn't have the capability. He's not strong enough in the Force to do that yet. And Vader finally releases Malorum from his Force choke. And that's when Ferris starts to draw upon the Force, and it hits him in a way as if it was directed from him, and also as if it was emerging from Yoda's quarters, and it felt like a power that he never felt before. He never felt such power, and it was as if Yoda himself was assisting him, and he grabs Trevor and he kind of leaps up, grabs a loose cable from the ceiling and swings through the hallway and out of it, and Trevor and Ferris begin to run. Alarms start to blaze, and Ferris knows that if Vader wanted him captured, he could have done it. He had the chance to. If Vader clearly didn't have intentions of stopping him, whether it was to humiliate Malorum, whether it was to test Malorum, or if it was just because he didn't care. Either way, Ferris was taking that shot of escape. And he knew Malorum would not allow himself to be humiliated in front of his master. He would not allow himself to lose them in front of Vader. And so Ferris and Trevor, they run off into the analysis room, and as Ferris suspected, it's dark and dusty and empty and disused, and they start running through there, and Trevor goes, "So what's the plan then? To escape that Vader guy? Review? Scary? Creepy?" Paraphrasing there. And Ferris goes on to explain that when he was surveilling when he was doing surveillance on the temple at the start of the book, he noticed that the landing platform wasn't too far away. That the new landing platform wasn't too far away from the Youngling playroom, and that the Youngling playroom had its window partially blown open, and so they could use the Force to leap down from there and steal the ship. And Trevor says, "That's all. It's all well and good, Ferris, but you're forgetting I'm not a Jedi." And Ferris says, "You're doing well enough. You've been doing well enough. Now hurry up." And so they run off to the Youngling room, and when they get there, Ferris is absolutely gutted. And it really hits him hard, because he just starts thinking, how did I forget, how did I push aside this thought? The Younglings are dead. He assumed that they might have ran, or the Empire might not have gone after them. But they didn't, they're dead. And it just starts thinking, youth, age, sick, the weak, to the Empire and the Sith, they just go after anyone. Let me see if I can find the line. Youth, age, the sick, the weak, They do not enter into the Sith's calculations. They simply go after what they want. Don't think of it. If you think of it now, it might break you. And as he's and he looks at the toys, and he sees that again the room's devastated, like pretty much any room in the temple at the moment. And he sees that a lot of the toys are thrown about and broken. And Trevor's looking out the window behind a column, and is saying that, oh, it looks like they're not letting ships leave. They've gone down into full security. And Ferris comes over, and he looks down and sees an officer in a speeder arguing with some guards, and says, no, it's not a code red, it's code yellow. And so he's guessing that they are going to let him go, the officer. And he also points to a light on the platform. And then that's when Ferris feels a surge of the Force, and he knows Malorum is close. And so he starts looking around the room, trying to quickly think he needs to get the attention of the guards and the officer, which I assume the guards are just stormtroopers. I doubt royal guards are there. And that's when he picks up a toy that used to be used by the younglings. They used to use Force to make it float, and it was blink lights. And as they got more skilled in the Force, they could make it roll and dive, and more of the lights would blink. And so he throws the toy down and uses the Force to guide it. Then he perches up on the window, says to Trevor to hold on to him like a monkey lizard, and so Trevor wraps his arms and legs around his back, around him, and as he grabs onto behind him. Ferris leaps down using the Force, and also when he does get that warning that Malorum is close, he realises that in the temple his Force powers are amplified. He's able to much more clearly use the Force, unlike where he's usually kind of blindly searching on how to use it. So it may be his powers are amplified, but it also says that he's it may be a bit more of a comfortable place for him to use, that it just makes it easier for him to use the Force. So it could be one or the other. Anyway, that's when they leap down. The guards start opening fire, or raising their blasters, and I think even opening fire, are they? No, they're not opening fire yet, but they're raising their blaster rifles as they see the toy, and they're a bit unsure as to what it is, if it's a weapon or not. And that's when Ferris and Trevor land, and Trevor very quickly gets off Ferris's back and slides into the seat, and Ferris grabs the officer under the arms and says, "I need a ride!" and throws him over the side, and Ferris gets into the seat. The officer, he lands unhurt, but it was a bit of a rough landing, and he takes out his blaster and starts to open fire, and Ferris and Trevor says, "Time to go," and Ferris and Trevor speeds off in the speeder as the guards are starting to open fire. And yeah, that's really it for this chapter. The last bit was quite fun, and I think most of the chapter, it really has a lot going. Really has a lot of varied emotions, this chapter. The last bit was quite fun. The bit with the younglings was heartbreaking. The bit with Vader was very intense. Between getting to the playroom and then in the analysis room specifically, I mean, that's quite a fun scene. That's quite a funny scene. And I like how Vader doesn't really actually go after them, because he has the chance to. Because Ferris is just I want to say standing there, but he's not. He's on his knees. It's because he's crawling, but he's got Ferris just there for a moment as Vader looks at him, and he looks back, wondering who Vader is. He wonders who Vader is. Is he half man, half machine? Which, of course, we know who he is, but Ferris doesn't know. And you really just see how he's terrified of him. How he freezes for a moment. And then he then very quickly had a reaction. But again, I find it interesting that Vader doesn't really go after them. And I do find the concept of him wanting to humiliate Maloran by letting them get away to be quite an interesting concept, and I think it is a bit funny as well. Especially for the character that Maloran is, he thinks he's very smug, he thinks he's much better and more respected and everything than he actually is. And I think that's quite a interesting perspective. And I think it's funny if Vader was intentionally letting them get away. Because again, it does say, was he letting them get away? Was he to humiliate Maloran? Was he testing Maloran? Did he just not care? So we don't actually know, but it is still a very good moment and scene in the book. But yeah. Anyway, I think that will do it for this review. Again, not a whole lot to talk about, but yeah. So thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello! I've just read chapter 8 of The Last of the Jedi Underworlds. I unintentionally had a day break from the book. But anyway, on to the summary. So, you've got Trevor is in Ferris's speeder, of course, that he stole. And he's just thinking, what now or what next? Because he was wondering whether he was having the time of his life being with Ferris, or was just absolutely crazy for staying with him because he had been through atmospheric storms, dangled off buildings, now was in an stolen an Imperial speeder. And every time he had the chance to run off, he didn't. And he just didn't know why he was staying, and how the galaxy was just so big when you had nowhere to go. Anyway, Ferris then tells him that Maloran believes that there is a Jedi alive, and that he knows somewhere where they can go to get information. And Ferris says, but do you ever stop? I would like some food and some sleep. Ferris says that no sleep, not yet, but I can get you some food where we're going. And so they go off to Dexter Jettster's diner from episode 2, Attack of the Clones. It's the one with it's the same one that tells Obi-Wan where the Camino saber darts comes from. I'm pretty sure it says, well, what do you know? But Ferris stands there and he just looks at the now destroyed diner, and a woman in a red robe walks past and says that she's seen the expression on Ferris's face with so many people, and asks if she wanted a burger from Dexter. And we also learn that while Ferris didn't specifically, before he meets the woman, we learn that Ferris, though he didn't specifically know Dexter himself, only ever met him a few times, Obi-Wan had told him to go to Dexter if he ever needed information. And to tell him that Obi-Wan had sent him. So Ferris explains that they were the best in the galaxy, and asks what happened, and the woman says to him that he was accused of helping enemies of the Empire, and so his diner was destroyed. And Ferris just says, "Oh, of course." And as someone's walking by, and the woman says, "Oh, be careful what you say." And so Ferris asks what happened to Dexter, and she goes on to say that that there's rumours, and there's always rumours on Coruscant, and that some say some say he's dead, some say he was arrested, and some say that he's a part of the Erased. And that's the second time it's been mentioned in the book. I don't remember the first time it's mentioned. I know it was mentioned, but with it even being capitalised. And for Ferris, again, this is the second time Ferris has heard it, and so he asks, "What's the Erased?" And the woman says that once shortly after the Emperor took over, there was an kind of order he put out. What was the name of it? The woman says that you don't know, and the woman tells him that and Ferris says that he left Coruscant a long time ago, and the woman says, if you're back here now, you should know about them, and she explains that the Enemy Eradication Order of Coruscant was issued shortly after Palpatine took over as Emperor, and that it was pretty much was to keep an eye and have surveillance on people of the Republic. I suppose it was Republic sympathisers to be. I've gone way too far back. She says it was specifically designed to target those who had been active in the Republic, and she explains that at first it was just surveillance and had to have weekly meetings with Imperial officers, but then those meetings, they were forbidden to travel, and that eventually that surveillance led to arrest to death or a living death, and so some engineers are their own disappearances, and that they help each other now. You can get rid of your name and ID, docs any record of your existence, and disappear. And she says that rumours say that they're far below in the sub-levels, and Ferris says, well, what happened to Dexter? And she says that again, rumours, there's always rumours on Coruscant. Some say that he was arrested, some say he's dead, and some say he travels the galaxy like he used to. And she says to Ferris that if he does go down below, to never visit the Orange District at near sunset. Ferris says, "Right, thank you for the advice." And so Ferris and Trevor make their way to the Orange District, and we learn it's not its official name, but the residents of the people in that district used to remove the lights that the Senate would set up there and replace them with orange lights, and eventually the Senate just gave up. So it's nicknamed the Orange District, and it's very crowded. And Ferris is saying it's important, and Trevor says, this is a perfect hiding spot. Do you know it would probably take thousands of years for the Imperials to search every house in every home. When Ferris explains to him that they need to make sure they don't advertise their presence. They need to make sure they don't advertise that there's strangers down here, but also make sure they don't seem too at home either. And there's always people here to sell information, and so a cafe is probably the best place for them to go. And he starts looking around for a cafe. Trevor tries to get Ferris's attention and points over to a dark alley, and there's a red light and presumably a sign, because Ferris says the sunset. Not Ferris, Trevor says sunset, and I assume that's the name of the club there. And so Ferris and Trevor go over. Ferris says that he'll go in, and for Trevor to wait out there. Trevor says, "No, I'll go and get some stuff like data pads and something, and I can sneak in, pretend to sell stuff." Ferris just goes, "You mean steal?" And Trevor just goes, "No need to be precise, but no one ever suspects. But no one ever suspects a street boy." And Ferris says, "No, I'll go in. I know that I know how to deal with this. There are always people with information in cantinas. They will, if you know where to look and how to manage it." And so he opens the door, and and just as he opens it, a whippet grabs him and throws him out. And he says that this is a private club and to go back to where they came from, and Trevor goes, "Hey, now hold on a moment, Two-Face." And Ferris goes, "I wouldn't call him that if I were you. They really don't like that name." But before he can even finish it, the whippet just throws Trevor onto Ferris. And Ferris lets out a gasp of air. And that's when the whippet calls for others to come and take the two of them, and that they have some trash to collect. And earlier we also saw there were compact cubes of garbage across the streets, and even though they've been sanitised, there was still a bit of a foul smell. And Chevy just went, "Oh, I think I've lost my appetite." But anyway, back to this scene. That's when loads of people start coming out, and Ferris says, "Look, I'm just here for information." And the Slythemonger says, "What makes you think we have information?" And what makes you think we have information to give? And Ferris goes, "No, not give, sell." And that's when the Slythemonger goes, or one of them goes, "He's cock-led it! Kill him!" And they all start trying to go after Ferris. He thought he can maybe take on the whippet and the Slythemonger, but then there's about 10 other people there now, and he knows they can't manage, and he doesn't want to use his lightsaber because that would draw too much attention, and he knows that would draw Maloran's attention, and it wouldn't only endanger himself, it would endanger Vitor, which he knows Maloran believes is alive. And then he sees Trevor making a quick escape, Trevor has the greatest home sense of self-preservation that he's ever seen. And he draws, and a woman says, "Look at the little Rump Rat run." And Ferris leaps and draws his blaster, and leaps onto a burnt-out speeder that Ferris ducked under, and says that they'll have to get through him first. And everyone starts drawing their weapons, their blasters, vibro shivs, vibro blades, Imperial Force pike. One of them has an Imperial Force pike, and a boffin goes, "Gladly!" And that's when a laugh is heard from inside the club, and it's Dexter Jetster, and he says to not hurt the chums, and that's, he may know one of them, and that's where we end this chapter. I think this was quite a nice. Again, I don't quite know what to say about this chapter, because I enjoyed it, but I don't really know quite where to start and talk, because again, this is very much a progression chapter where there's not a whole lot to talk about, but it does progress the story. I think maybe next chapter I'll have a bit more to talk about, but it has more good bits of humour. I'm going to be interested to see whether Dexter started the Erased or not. I'm interested to see just how much relevance he has in the Erased, because he definitely seems to be from what's been gathered, he seems more like a leading figure. The Orange District, I think, is quite interesting. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more of it. I didn't quite gather that Malorum was aware. I knew Malorum was aware of the Jedi, otherwise he wouldn't have set up his trap. But it does make me wonder, how did he know about Phi Tor? Because I didn't gather that he knew specifically about Phi Tor. I only gathered that he knew that there may be some Jedi, but not specifically Phi Tor. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe it just didn't click with me when I read it initially. But yeah. Anyway, I enjoyed the chapter. I'm going to be curious as to whether that woman, or the woman in the red robe that explains about what happened to Dexter and the Orange District and its diner, etc., to Ferris. I'm going to be curious to see if she has anything, if she comes back a little bit later. Because she, to me, seems a little bit suspicious. Although it also seemed, because the way the book was making it frame, she seemed very cautious and critical of Ferris, but was also trying to measure out whether she could trust him or not. And so that doesn't necessarily mean she wants to have Ferris go down and send a message for her, you know. Maybe she is an Imperial spy, and wanting to try and use Ferris to see if she can specifically find where the erased is. That doesn't sound quite right though. I don't know why they wouldn't just go down there, the Empire. But anyway, I'm going to be interested to see if she pops up again, because I think the way they're talking about it, yeah, she definitely should, but you never know. I'm also going to be interested to see what relevance Dexter has. I assume Ferris wants to talk to him about where Phi Tor is. So yeah, maybe they'll even use the arrays to wipe Ferris and Trevor's identities. But you never know. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone. I have just read Chapter 9 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So yeah, we pick up where we last left off. Dexter beckons Trevor and Ferris in with three of his four hands, and the arrays are all a bit disappointed and stuff. And Dexter, Ferris and Trevor go sit down, and Dexter says, "So you must be Ferris Solon. I remember when Siri used to bring you in to me," and he asks who Trevor is, and Trevor says, "Trevor Flume." And they have a bit of a conversation. Ferris tells him that Obi-Wan's alive and he sends his regards, and Dexter says to Ferris that tell Obi-Wan that he's still alive and well, and tell him that he's still alive and that Dexter is still his friend. And Ferris says, "It's good to see. He'll be glad to hear that you're well." And Dexter says, "Well, not really, but surviving." I'm gonna actually have to look through their conversation because I kind of forgot a bit about. I forgot it. And Dexter also asks where Obi-Wan is, and Ferris says that he can't tell him that. And Ferris says that you are one of the erased, and Dexter explains says that he's erased, he is part of it, and he says that Obi-Wan has spoke too soon and he doubts he has help to give him. But he also says Ferris, if he's come to be erased, he knows who to put him into contact with, and you can give him a temporary place to stay, but the erased have to keep on moving, and do whatever to survive, whatever, with no judgments at all. Whatever you do to survive, you do. And Ferris notices that everyone's looking at him at the bar, even the whippet who's cleaning the counter. And Dexter reassures him that to not worry about them. They're just looking out for him in case he tries to make an attack with anything. And when Trevor asks who they are, and your Dexter also reassures him that if he says they're all right, then they'll be welcome. And Trevor asks who they are, and Dexter goes on to explain that they were mixed lots and anyone the Empire was harassing, and some of them are heroes and villains, journalists, former Republic officers, and maybe some criminals mixed in. And Varys looks over to the Strifemonger and goes, I noticed that. And Dexter knows immediately who he's talking of and says, you're speaking of Keats. And Trevor goes, yeah, the one who couldn't wait to run us through with a vibro shiv. And Lex says, he's growled his words on his jump, and explains that he wasn't a criminal in the old days and was actually a journalist who was the first to question Palpatine's power. And Burroughs just goes, Keats? Really? What Keats? Really? And he read some of Freely's commentaries during the war, and Dexter says the very same, and we get a bit of an introduction to quite a lot of them. There's a Bothan there, who is called Orion, who was one of the best spies the Republic ever had. A human female with silver hair that's spiked into horns, who is Ryla Tulum, a senator from Angry Dawn, and she can't go back to her homeworld because she's got a death mark on her head. And there's a Civiv Rennie, and he was a Senate aide, and a tall humanoid wasn't a tall humanoid. Who we later learn is called Hume. Was an officer in the army of the Republic, but not a clone. And Dexter says not worry about the brothers, who are, I'm fairly sure, are later referred to as something. Oh, no, I can't remember it. So I'll tell you when I came across the name. And he says not ask about the brothers because none of them know where they are, which does make me a bit where they came from, but it does make me a bit suspicious as to whether they're Imperial spies. And Ferris just looks around in astonishment and excitement and just says, here it is. This is where rebellions start in places like this, and Dex just says, no, they're a long way from rebellion, and that they're just trying to survive. And that Coruscant used to be a decent place to live, but things have changed, and even an ordinary person from Coruscant that are just trying to get by are having a hard time, and bribe and intimidation are just normal in life now. And Ferris just says to him that he and Trevor were just at the Jedi Temple, and Dex says, yes, I know, there's rumours going around that it's a Jedi prison, and Ferris says, that's just propaganda that they've been doing, and Dex goes, as I suspected as much, that's why I told the Jedi who came through here not to go there. And Ferris goes, did you get the Jedi's name? And Dex says he didn't, and Ferris starts saying one with a Jedi female with a facial marking on her forehead, and Dexter goes, yes, that's the one. And he says that he told her not to go to the temple, and that she heard he was a friend of the Jedi, and she sought him out, and that was before he was part of the Erased. And he couldn't give her much, and he was surprised that any Jedi was alive at all. But and he knows that she went down below into the deepest sub-levels. Ferris asks if he knows where she is, and Dexter says that he doesn't know, but he recently got a message from her with her saying that if he ever needed her, he should look for solace. And Ferris goes, solace? And Dexter says that's the word he's been hearing a lot more lately. And Trevor asks where it is, and Dex says they don't know, and he doesn't know because he hasn't needed her yet. And we also later learn that solace is pretty much an impossible place to find, yet people still somehow find their way to it. And Ferris looks around and says that there's something he should know, and that the Empire is intending to wipe out the Erased, and that they're all becoming too bothersome, and they want to control Coruscant all the way down to its crust. And Dux says that won't be easy even for the Empire, and Ferris tells him that Darth Vader's made it its personal mission, And Dex says, Darth Vader, that's another story. And he says to Ferris that he'll need a guide if he's going to go down below into the sub-levels. And Ferris asks, do you have someone in mind? And Dexter just goes, maybe. But first, a small party with the gang, and everyone comes over and sits over with Dex, and they all start discussing. And they all start saying that they're going to need to move deeper down. And that one of them says that they're going to need to move. And also, yeah, there's turbines, and there's turbines and steam going on, which makes it hard to overhear people, because there are some people who are quite don't quite like being overheard. And Ferris and Dex introduces Ferris and Trevor to the 7 people of the arrays that are sitting there, and Dex says that. Tells him that the Empire's planning to eradicate them, and that they all knew it would happen at some point, but it's a bit sooner than they wanted it to. And one of them, and the Severity, whatever it was, says that they're not prepared for it, and Dexter introduces him as Curran Calidian to Ferris, and Ferris says that he knew a Tayo Calidian, and that he had died during the Senate massacre prior to the Clone Wars, and he had met Tayo quite a few times, and Kaladin says, and Kuran says that yes, Tayo was his cousin, and that they were Senate aides together. And we learn that Ferris saved Palpatine's life during the massacre, and Dexter makes a joke and says, if you just move slightly bit to the left, maybe we'd all be in a better shape. And Ferris acknowledges the joke with a slight smile, but he doubts he actually did anything to save Palpatine, and believes that Palpatine was probably in control of it all, or had foreseen the attack and just put it into his favour. And Dex says, back to the subject at hand, they need some decisions to make. They should warn the others and try to help if they can, and offer a place for the arrays to go if they need it, and they need to leave the Orange District. And the former Republic officer called Hume says that they need to go deeper, and Raya Taloon agrees, and the Bothan Orion says that their strength lies in their bonds, and they should find a place where they'll all be safe, not just for them, but any arrays who wish to join them. The brothers just sit and nod at each other, and Dexter reveals their name to be Gillian Spence. And Dexter goes, now, what about Solace? And this is where Raya Taloon explains how difficult Solace is to find. I've heard rumours about it. A kind of refuge, they say. Secret, safe, impossible to find, yet many find their way there. I say we find it, Dexter said. Ferris has got the skills to protect us on the journey. Me? Ferris thought. Since when did I volunteer? And Keats really just looks around at the battered cafe and canteen or whatever it is, and just says, and leave this, in a joking way. And Ferris goes, wait a second, I thought I was getting a guide, not leading a group. And he looks at Dexter, and Dexter's eyes are just twinkling, and Ferris just thinks, oh well, it's been outmanoeuvred, and he didn't mind doing Dexter a favour. He would have done it. It says he'd do it for Obi-Wan, and also help the find lost Jedi. And he notices Trevor doesn't mind. He's smiling, and he thinks that, yeah, for Trevor, these are his kind of people. They probably remind him of the black marketers back on Belasa. And Dexter says to take a vote, and everyone slowly raises their weapons, and all the 7 arrays agree to go. And Dex says that he'll be staying here, and he's not as mobile as he used to, and he'll also try to warn us to stay lower than normal, and he'll wait to hear from them. As everyone goes, Ferris just says to Dex, don't think I didn't notice how you trapped me into this, he said. Where's your spirit of adventure, young Golan? Dexter chortled and slapped him on the back, sending him shooting forwards. He saved himself from crashing into a column just in time. And then Ferris explains to him that he's not that he's been a long time since he was a Jedi and that he's a little rusty. And Dexter says he would prefer to have a half-trained Jedi over a Stormtrooper battalion at any day. And also says that he should just call him Dex, and he has a feeling that this will be the start of a longer relationship. And then Ferris goes into a fairly solitary corner in the cantina and speaks with Obi-Wan over a hologram with a coded signal they made sure to make for each other. And Obi-Wan says, You should only call me in emergencies," when Ferris gives him a pleasantry. And Ferris just goes, "Okay, then I guess this isn't an emergency. I guess you don't want to hear what I have to say then. Bye." And Obi-Wan just goes, "Hello, Ferris. How are you?" And Ferris says to him that he explains that he overheard that Darth Vader doesn't have any interest in Police Master and stops Malorum from investigating any further. And Obi-Wan goes, "That's good." And Ferris tells him, "No, it's not good, because Malorum's after Vader's position and he will pursue it." And Obi-Wan asks if he knows what Malorum knows, and Ferris says that he didn't because the wall caved in, and Obi-Wan says that they have to find out and that they must be alert for any questions surrounding the death of Padme Amidala as well, and asks if they can get back into the temple. Ferris just says that Trevor and him barely got out, and Obi-Wan says that Obi-Wan says to Ferris, "You know I can't leave here, Ferris, and I don't want to put you and Trevor in danger, but Malorum has to be stopped." Ferris says that he'll stop him for him. He doesn't know why, and he doesn't know how, but he'll do it. And Obi-Wan says to him, "May the Force be with you. You know, I'm beginning to realise that it actually is with me, still." "Of course it is, Ferris." Obi-Wan's voice was warm now. Depend on it. And that's how we end off the chapter. If you remember back in Dark Warning, I was constantly complaining about how much action there was, and this is definitely the complete opposite. Again, like last chapter, it was just a lot of moving the plot along. I wasn't expecting to see Obi-Wan in this book, because I thought he was only going to be holograms in some of the later books, but I was pleasantly surprised. I think we also learned that Dexter's kind of an unofficial leader in the arrays, and we also in last chapter learned that his diner was known all over Coruscant, all over Galactic City as it's called. But anyway, Dexter, I found that last moment with him almost slapping Ferris into a wall to be quite funny. I think I found the introduction between Ferris and Obi-Wan. I found Ferris's starting sentences to be quite funny. He was about to cut it off as a joke, and Obi-Wan just goes, "Hello, Ferris." Again, not really a whole lot to talk about, because it is just a lot of sitting around and talking and pretty much furthering the plot. And when I was reading it, I did go back to, I think it was chapter 6. I did have a little peek back in there to see, yes, that's where the erase was mentioned. And Vader mentions that Malorum is saying to Malorum, "You are too focused on hunting Jedi, you're meant to be eliminating the erased." And we can't have resistors turning into heroes. So yeah, I did go back, and that's where the erased was mentioned. I knew it was mentioned before, and I assumed it was in that chapter, but I didn't find it until then, while I was reading this. Again, as I said, not really a whole lot to talk about, because again, it's just a lot of sitting around and forwarding the plot in conversation. I think it would be nice to see Dexter have at least one more conversation with Obi-Wan because of Ferris. I think that would be a nice thing to see. Um, I kind of hope we get to see that. I don't think we will, but I hope we will. Um, I'm going to be interested to see whether Gilly and Spence, the brothers, are actually Imperial spies, because they don't know what their history is, and that to me comes across as quite suspicious, especially when you know that there's spies everywhere on Coruscant, and that you can't really trust anyone. And we know that Valorum has spies everywhere on Coruscant, and he even says that they've got spies everywhere on Coruscant, and even says later that they have spies everywhere on Coruscant. They have reports that aren't finished. Some are waiting for more information. So I'm a bit suspicious of Gillian Spence. I'm going to be interested to see whether they turn out to be spies or not. We also have the spies in Ferris's group as well. I'm quite interested with that. I'm curious to see who the spy will be. I have a feeling, I doubt it will, but I get the feeling it might just be Garen Mullen, because I don't really think it would be Toma or Rayna. I really don't. Maybe Garen Mullen, or it may be someone. Maybe maybe Valorum is referring to the 11 from the first book, and in that case, maybe it's. I don't think it's Amiatin. I do not for a second believe it's Amiatin, because Valorum threatened her son, and that was the last straw for her, the straw that broke the camel's back for her. And again, I don't think it's Vilasani. There was another one in there. I can't remember her name, but I think she had crisscrossing blaster houses on her. I can't remember her name. I want to say Rona, but I don't think that's it. No, it hasn't. I'm fairly sure her name began with an R. But anyway, maybe her. Okay, I don't know. I'm going to be interested to see where the spy bits will go. I think they've mentioned spies so much now. I think we're going to have a plot twist with a spy with a spy at some point. I'm going to be interested to see what Solace is. I think because it definitely seems like, because the way it's portrayed, it definitely seems like it might just be another group. But I think it would be an interesting twist if it's actually a person, because we've had the Erased, we've had the 11, and the furniture we've had a couple of other stuff as well. In Dark, I think we're fairly sure we had another bit in Dark Warning, but I can't quite remember. And I think it would be nice to see if Solace is actually a person, not a group. But you never know, maybe it is just a group. Probably is going to wind up being a group. I think it would be a nice change if it is if Solace is a person, not a group. But yeah, again, I'm going to be interested to see what Solace is and what that's like. I'm going to be interested to see what that's like. What purpose Solace serves. So yeah. Anyway, that's my review for chapter 9 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. So then, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 10 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. I'm actually going to have to go back to... I've gone way too far. I'm going back to page 74, I'm meant to be on the 80 pages. Almost there. So we start the chapter off from Trevor's perspective, and we learn that Trevor feels quite at home with the arrays, and that these do remind him of the friends he has back in the black market. And he thought that sure, Gillian Spence, no one wants to ask what they did before they were erased, but that was fine with him. That he was used to people concealing their pasts, and they weren't too short of being heavily armed with makeshift weapons, and that they trusted more than any blaster. And Keats Freely was talkative, and the book says that guy could chew your ear off with facts about the Coruscant underlevels, how they always existed outside of the law, how security didn't penetrate this far down. Millions of inhabitants relied on their own defensive skills or teams of vigilantes to protect neighbourhoods and individual apartment structures with their hundreds of inhabitants. And they start making their way down in a speeder. And we also learn that according to Keats, before the Clone Wars, the Senate did try to keep the lower levels in order, but after the Clone Wars, and they did try to help the lower levels. They set up medical clinics, etc., and sent droid teams down there for occasional repairs. But with the new greedy Senate, nobody cared now, and so millions of people down there had to travel in packs and keep arsenals just to protect themselves. And Trevor says that Trevor could have skipped the lecture and picked up the main point. Watch your back. And he notices that Ferris isn't too happy with leading the erased. But they had travelled for hours until they were far away from the Galactic City and the Senate, and all Ferris could think about was searching for the Jedi he was searching for, because again, Dexter kind of outmaneuvered Trevor into making him leading the group to Solace, without Ferris really wanting to do so. I know there was something from last chapter I was meaning to mention here, because I didn't mention it, but I can't remember it. But anyway, but yeah, all Ferris can think about is finding Phytor Anna. And Ferris thinks that, yeah, he was a little bit obsessive, but he had never met anyone he felt he could depend upon like Ferris, and thought, yeah, it's worth sticking around. And although their plans were loose, they had to be, as it says, and they went down in one large speeder and collecting information along the way, and that there were so many rumours about Solace that they felt certain that, yeah, they could find a way to Solace, and we are made clear that it is a place. And although some of the rumours did come across as quite extreme, and here are just some of the examples. Number 1, Solace was a place on the crust that had escaped the monolithic building boom on Coruscant. It had trees and lakes and was open to the sky far above with nothing on top of it. And if you believe that, Trevor thought, you believe in space angels. Number 2, Solace was built centuries ago on the crust, a wondrous place of palaces and towers where all were welcome, and all were cherished, and all were free. Right, and the Emperor's a humble guy looking out for everyone's well-being, and the galaxy's a blooming garden. The only rumour Trevor truly believed was the fact they already knew. Solace was hard to find. But they wind up staying in a hotel for a bit, for the night, and by her saloon it's lies on a sleep couch and just says, we're not getting nowhere, and Keats really says you've got to ask a lot of questions before you get real answers. And he says that even though they may not see it, they have some pieces of the puzzle, and Ryo's just, we do. And he goes, there's one thing they keep hearing, and it's on the crust or below. And Ferris just says, that's true, that's the common thread, and Orion says, in a position while squatting, which is apparently his idea of a relaxing position, which Trevor finds, but he says that there is usually a bit of truth in even the most exaggerated of rumours. And Gillian and Spence agree by nodding, and Hume says that there's got a... that he said, and Hume just says, it's got to be a first time, Hume said. And Keats just says, even a even a broken crow knows right twice a day, which crow knows such as watches in Star Wars. And so they make the decision to go straight down to the cross, and Ferris agrees, and Keats asks if anyone's ever been that deep before, and Boyer just goes, "Are you kidding? I never made it out of Galactic City. Then again, I never shot a blaster before either." And Orion just checks his weapon and says, "Well, get ready. You may have plenty of opportunities to... plenty of opportunities soon." And once the light comes, they immediately make their way down toward the crust. And Ferris is concentrating, trying to avoid crashing. And because there's also no space lanes down here. And we learn that once the level, that course pretty much was built on top of it. Well, it's pretty much built on top of all the buildings. Once the current level got too crowded to bear, they built a new level, and so it was kind of like a time machine going back. As each level just got older and older and more ancient, and just again, you know what I mean. And once they get to the bottom, they land on the landing platform that's held up with timbers of dual steel and wood, and Trevor can very clearly see that it was improvised, and it seems to be that was the name of the game all the way down here. And we learn that it's all made from stone, and that there are many floors, that they're hundreds of floors high, at the crust, and they were very much committed to being very grand and stuff. As there's carvings and balconies, intricate carvings. I mean, there's turrets and towers. The stone is cracked and crumbling, and they've all been patched up with scrap metal and wood. And the streets are narrow and winding, with alleys leading off from alleys in a confusing maze, and there was no official system there at all. And there was no power, no water, no light, no ventilation. That wasn't powered by private generators. And they walked down a narrow alleyway and a narrow arched walkway. They noticed that the stone beneath their feet is cracked and split, and there's fissures, and some of them are meters wide, so they have to jump or go around them. And Trevor is just in awe. He looks up and he just feels oppressed by just the fact that there's so many lives up there, right above him. Now there's millions of lives and millions of people and millions of hearts pumping. Keats says, you're uncharacteristically silent, and Trevor just goes, it's a bit overwhelming, and Keats goes, yeah, I suppose it is a bit oppressive. And that's when Trevor gets pushed over to the side by Keats, and he just goes, "Hey, what?" But before that, we do get a little bit of information from Keats when Trevor asks who lives down here, and he just shrugs and says, immigrants from other worlds, those who come here hoping to do better, those who lost everything, those who had nowhere else to go, just creatures living, trying to live, and those who prey off them. And Trevor goes, and those looking for the wonderful world of solace. And Keats chuckles, and then he pushes Trevor onto the floor, and Trevor just goes, "Hey, what?" And then he realises that he had pushed him out the way of a stun dart as a gang makes an attack. And everyone immediately starts attacking, and Ferris is able to scare the gang off with his lightsaber, with Hume and I think it's Orion by his side, Orion and Hume, and they do fire at him and curse him and saying that they'll kill Ferris, but eventually, once they're gone, Trevor tries to stand back up, and also Gilly and Spence are trying to chase them down, the young gang, but Trevor tries to get back up, and he tries to roll to his feet, and his foot gets stuck in one of them, the fissures, whatever it's meant to be called, and he tries to pull it out, and he can't, and he peers down into the crack, and that's when he sees a tail grabbing him, and he tries to pull his leg out, and it just pulls him in further. It just pulls and gets tugs on like harder, and that's when he tries to kick a lit, and Trevor starts calling out for Ferris, and that he looks down, and he sees a eye from the creature, and it pulls him down to his, and it pulls Trevor down further, down to his hips, and that's when he starts when he starts hitting the creature with his fist, and he then with his other hand he reaches for anything on his utility belt, and he reaches an alpha charge, but he fumbles it, and while trying to set it up, and it falls down into the crack to whoever knows where, and it blows, and he gets a good look at the creature from the light coming from it. And that's when he hears something whistle by his ear, and it's a vibro shiv from Keats, and he pulls Trevor out, and he for some reason I keep getting Ferris and Trevor confused, which I really shouldn't for some reason, but for some reason do. And the creature lets go, and Keats explains it's the Durocrite slug, and it looks about 10 meters long. And then Ferris ran over asking what happened, and Trevor just says, "Nothing much, I was almost strangled by an enormous slug. Nothing for you to worry about." And he didn't quite know why, and Trevor didn't quite know why he was so irritated about Ferris not saving him, and how he hadn't heard him. And Ferris just goes, "Hey, sorry," and he says thanks to Keats, and he just says, "Sure, you owe me a vibro shiv." And Ferris says that they found a place that may prove useful for information, and it's called the Underworld, and it's called Underworld Inn. And they go in, and as they're about to go in, Raya says, "Not your most premier establishment." And Ferris goes, "We do need a bed for the night." And Keats goes, "And where there's beds, there's grog, and where there's grog, there's gossip." And Ferris says to give it a try, but they should keep their weapons close in case. And so they go in, they open the stone door, and it's a massive stone room with circular stone room, and it echoes, and it's surrounded by, and it's circled by arches, and there's kind of alien gargoyles looking down at them, and there's a clerk in the middle sitting at a desk, and that's dwarfed by the room, and he's asleep, and Ferris clears his throat, he doesn't wake up, and I think it's Orion. Orion, he just slams down his blaster on the desk, and the clerk wakes up and goes, "Fire!" And Ferris just goes, No fire." Just goes, "No fire, just customers," and the clerk is, "Oh." And he says that they don't have many rooms available. They're gonna have to share. And Ferris just goes, "Fine." He also explains that they have to pay more if they want towels and water. And Ferris just goes, "Extra for water?" And the clerk just tells him that water's hard to find down here. And he just goes, alright, Ferris says that. He goes to take out his false ID docs, and the clerk just goes, "No, you don't need ID docs, just credits." Ferris goes, "But Ferris just says, "I thought it was the law." And the clerk just explains that down here, there are no laws, and if he doesn't know that, he feels sorry for him. And that's when Hume, the former officer, asks if they've got some dry throats, and if he has any recommendations, and the clerk directs them off to a canteen that is surprisingly full. Oh, and they start to get stared at, but Keats says that this reminds him of a place he used to go to in Galactic City called The Door, but it's only worse. And we learn that Ferris had been there with Siri, and he had tried very hard not to be intimidated by the atmosphere of The Door, and that the dregs of the galaxy used to go there to drink, or to get information, whether it was buying or selling it, or hire bounty hunters. And it once been called the Splendor, but once the laser lights they just eventually the laser lights just shorted out, and the only letters remaining was, I guess, Door, and people just called it The Door. And Hume says that they should probably have a seat, and that they're attracting too much attention. And Orion says it's not too much of a bad thing, they may get some answers. And so they order some drinks and food, and everyone starts having a conversation with pretty much almost everyone. But they don't get any new information about Solace. They pretty much, all they learn is that most of them know about Solace, but all of them know about Solace, but no one really knows how to find Solace. And that's once everyone's cleared out, they go back to their room, and we get a moment with Ferris. We learn that sleep couches are just planks with I think it's just planks and wood, isn't it? He just says they're planks with blankets on top, and Ferris thinks that they're not the most comfortable, but it's definitely in his top 10 for beds that he sleeps in, which, that's quite a marvel. And he looks at Trevor, and he just feels bad, because he did hear Trevor's cry for help, but he couldn't get there in time before Keats saved him, and he felt really bad about it. And that he had been trying to protect him, but he knew he couldn't be there every time for him. That's at least what he tried to tell himself, and he didn't quite know where his responsibility began and ended for Trevor, because he knew that Trevor could hardly handle himself as much as Trevor said he could. And although Trevor has lived on his own for years, he did occasionally need guidance and someone to look for him, and he wonders, is that his job? And he thinks if he was still a Jedi now, and if the galaxy hasn't changed, he'd be old enough to have a Padawan now. But he just didn't have that connection with Trevor that he had with Siri. He just didn't know Trevor well enough. He just lost track of him occasionally, and he just couldn't tell what he was thinking or feeling, and he just didn't have the connection with him that a master Jedi would, and that he didn't have the link that with Trevor like he had with Siri, and that he thought it was better if they part, and that he could find him a place and try to find Trevor a haven where he can grow up safe and secure, and maybe even be loved. But because Ferris would just keep burying them into more complications and danger, and it wasn't fair to Trevor. And, today had been a 10-foot Duracrete slug that had almost killed Trevor, and he wondered what tomorrow or the day after could bring. And with those worrying thoughts, he was felt himself starting to slowly drift off to sleep. And he saw the others, and the soft breathing of the others told him they had gone to sleep as well. And he's about to go to sleep, and then he hears a noise, and he reaches for his lightsaber, and then sees it's Trevor, and he's walking over, trying to be quiet, to not waken the others. And I'll just read this last bit.
Suddenly he heard a noise. Ferris put his hand on his lightsaber, but soon saw it was Trevor, crawling towards him quietly, so as not to awaken the others. He stopped by the head of the sleep couch, his eyes gleaming. "I know where to find solace," he said.
So Trevor knows how to find solace. So I'm going to find that interesting. I think this is definitely a chapter I have a little bit more to talk about than last chapter. First off, I am enjoying Keats, really. I think Keats is one of those characters that he's a little funny. He's funny and a bit of a know-it-all. And also, he's that kind of know-it-all character that's also a slightly little bit on the edge. He's slightly a bit edgy. He's and you can very much kind of tell that he's kind of a guy that has that really kind of high voice, a guy like that, near a very growly high voice, kind of like it's doing an elderly impression. That's the kind of voice that really kind of suits his character and how he's described. He's just wearing a big coat that reaches down to his ankles. And he also calls her the Sweet Blossom. He refers to Raya as Sweet Blossom. And I'm really enjoying Keats. I think he's my favourite of the arrays so far. For Trevor, I think he was a very good point of view character for this. And I think the thing is with Trevor, I think The Last of the Jedi series has done a very good job with choosing its main characters, because you have Ferris, who is, of course, the more parental figure for Trevor. He's not a parent, but he's the more parental figure for Trevor. He's meant to be looking after Trevor. And so, when we need... But also Trevor is that more naive character, and the character who is more unfamiliar with the galaxy. Ferris is more familiar with the galaxy, is more aware of the dangers. Trevor isn't as aware. And so we get to kind of really see things from his perspective of just how much awe there is in things. And I think that was something the last chapter of Dark Warning did very well. And I think it was done again very well here, when he's looking up at the city, and he's just thinking, this is oppressive. It's just a lot to take this in, and you really do feel that. And I think it's a very good choice of dual protagonists for The Last of the Jedi, because you've got the kid who isn't as quite experienced, which gives those moments of awe when you need it, but you've also got Ferris, who is the more experienced character, and is able to give that bit of extra punch when you need it. And I think they are a very good combination of dual protagonists, because they fit in the two areas you need. I also think that I'm going to be interested to see just how Trevor and Ferris's relationship will develop, because Trevor didn't think Ferris heard him when he cried out for help, but Ferris did hear him, he just couldn't get there in time. And we see how he's irritated by the fact Ferris wasn't the one to save him, and how Ferris is upset that he wasn't the one to save him, and that Keats beat him to it. And I think that's going to be an interesting piece of maybe conflict that we see develop. I'm going to be interested to see how that affects their connection. I think that's going to be an interesting piece. And also, I'm going to be interested to see how Ferris figured out how to find solace. In Dark, I think it's in Dark Warning, or maybe it was earlier in this book. I said that there was a line in there that made it seem like Trevor was like the leader of the underworld in the of the criminal scene in the galaxy, and maybe this is a fan theory come true. No, no, I don't think that's the case. But it would be funny if that's how Trevor knows where to find solace. You know, that it would be funny if that's how. But yeah, I'm gonna be interested to see just how Trevor knows. But yeah, that's my review of chapter 10. I think it is. Yeah, 10 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Okay, I just remembered what I was forgetting from chapter 9. We learn that the book takes place a few days after Dark Warning, because Ferris says to Dexter that they left Obi-Wan behind. That they left Obi-Wan a few days ago. So it literally just came back to me while I was in the middle of doing something, and so I had to finish that up first and just had to repeat a few days. So yeah, sorry about this. But yeah, that's what I was meaning to say, in my chapter 10 review that I said I forgot about. So yeah. But yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 12 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. Now this is quite a short chapter, but we do pick up right where we left off. And we got Trevor trying to talk to Ferris about how he knows how to find solace, and he says when he was attacked by the slug, and just gonna read out the little interaction the two have. It was when the slug started to pull me down. Trevor, I'm sorry, enough with the guilt wallow, Ferry One. I'm trying to tell you something. And that line really made me laugh, Ferry One. But he explains that when he dropped down the Alpha charge, he didn't just see the slug glow. He didn't just see the light didn't just reveal the slug. It also revealed a glint. He couldn't quite tell whether it was water or metal, but then he said that, remember that some of the rumours said it was below, that Solace was below the crust. And Ferris immediately jumped into action, and he didn't have to question Trevor. He just trusted Trevor's perceptions, and he woke up, and Ferris woke up the others, and they all went to the spot Trevor had been at, where he got stuck. And Ferris shines a glow rod down there and sees a glint. I'm fairly sure he definitely sees something, and he can't quite tell what it is, but he says he'll make his way down there and he'll call up if everything's good. And everyone who's a bit tired and sleepy, including Keats just leans on the side of a column and just says, "Take your time." And we also learn that they're doing this at empty hours, which is pretty much when no one in the underworld, as we'll call it, at the bottom level on the crust, pretty much when no one is awake. Not even the ones who are awake before dawn. It's too early for them, and it's too late for people who are out even after, who stay up even. It's too late for people who even stay up very, very late. Anyway, Ferris Mate climbs his way down, and as he climbs down, he sees that it's a tunnel. With gigantic stone blocks, and he sees engravings made by the slugs, and that's when he sees the machinery. And he also sees Trevor coming down with him, and he just says, what does he say to Trev?
he just says to him to stay up there, and Trevor just goes, "No way, I found this place, I'm coming." And Ferris just knows it's a waste of breath to argue with Trevor, and just lets him come down with him, and they land, and that's when Ferris sees the machinery, and then he calls up to everyone that it's safe to come down. And as Hume's coming down, as he's climbing down the wall, from the engravings from the slug, from the Juracrete slugs, as they made quite good toe and handholds. But as he's coming down, he tries to avoid a yellow pool, a yellow pool of a yellow pool, and that's steaming and has a foul smell. And he says, "Be careful, it looks like there's some toxic waste down here." And Raya, I'm just going to call her Raya, or Tulum, I could just call her by her last name, Tulum, Raya observes that the systems, that this must have been quite primitive, because they use rails for transport here. And Keats looks up and says that there are conduit lines in the ceiling, and he wonders where they lead. And Hume says it doesn't look like Solace, but it could lead them there, and that's when Ferris hears a whisper above, and he can't even react by the time a shadowy figure hops down, and they're short with compact muscles, and they're wearing a close-fitting helmet, and around his waist is a tightly fitting belt that held a variety of weapons. And he didn't assume, and he didn't make a threatening stance. He just stood there in a casual way, and everyone kind of draws their blasters and their weapons, and Gilly and Spence get behind him, while the other two, where everyone else starts to get closer to him. And he just goes, "You mentioned Solace?" And Ferris says, "Yes." And they want to go, and he just says, "We want to go there." And he says that he can take them there, but it will cost them. And Trevor asks why they should trust him, and he just explains that because their choices are limited here at the coast, and they either try to find it themselves or use them. And Keats asks how they know he can find it, and he says that because he's the only one that's gone there and been back. And that's consistent with a lot of the rumours that everyone else, that they had all heard. They never heard of anyone they heard of people going to Solace, but they never heard of people coming back from Solace. And Ferris just says, "You got to do better than that." And he just the creature tells him that what many don't know is that long ago, even before Coruscant was covered in cities, it had vast oceans, and that these oceans were drained and pumped into caverns beneath the crust, and that's where they should go to find Solace. And everyone exchanges glances, and it sounded real, and to them it sounds real. It makes sense. And why would the Empire even go there? Because that would be a hard place for them to try and find it. And Ferris asks what his name is, and the creature just says that he wiped his identity and his past, just like them, because they're the erased. And he says to just call him Guide. Ferris is a bit suspicious of Guide. He finds him a bit of an odd fellow. But then he thinks, but then he also thinks that everyone here is also kind of a bit odd, and he does think that, Guide is right, they didn't have much choice, and really it's the only lead that they found, and he says for Guide to take them there, and that's where we end off the chapter. Again, not really a whole lot to talk about.
this is just a lot of moving the chapter. I'm moving the story. So there's not really a whole lot to talk about. I think Guide's quite mysterious. I'm going to be interested to see how he turns out. It would be funny if he... it would be funny if he just... Imagine if it winds up being Salacious B. Crumb. No. That wouldn't happen, but, you know, it would be interesting to see who Guide is, or what Guide turns out to be if Casey becomes... in case he's something else, because Ferris has that suspicion. Okay, I found that interaction between Trevor and Ferris at the beginning quite funny. How he just calls him Ferry One, and he just says, "Stop with the wallowing guilt, Ferry One." I found that ever so funny. And of course, Trevor, you know, he's as stubborn as ever. The thing is, I think Trevor is often quite funny without trying to be funny. And whereas Ferris, you know, he's funny usually intentionally. There's not a lot of times where he's unintentionally funny. I think really the only example I can think of where he's unintentionally funny was earlier in the book, where he throws an Imperial officer out of speeder and says, "I need a ride." I think that was, what, chapter 7 or so? Chapter 7, chapter 8, so, yeah. Maybe chapter 6. But, yeah, I'm going to be interested to see... We're on next chapter's chapter 12. And it's, what, 17 chapters, is there? I'm going to have to quickly check. Chapter 17... Yeah, 17 chapters. We're on chapter 11 now. And now we're on page 101 out of how many pages? 137. So I'm going to be very interested to see just how we fit all of this into one book. Because... Again, I had a little bit of a peek on Wikipedia before I read the book and accidentally learned that that Ferris winds up captured by Malorum in the book. So they've got to find... So there's a lot that they've got to do, you know. They've got to find Solace. They've got to get back up to the surface. They've got to invade the temple for... Ferris and Trevor, you know, they've got to invade the temple for Obi-Wan. Because they need to find out what Malorum's next move is. And they need to get into his office for that. And again, I know Ferris has to be captured by Malorum, and I'm fairly sure he doesn't escape until the next book. I could be wrong on that, but I'm fairly sure that's the case. So, you know, we've got a lot... Oh, we also got to find Phytor Rana as well. Who's going to be in Solace. So, you know, we've got a lot to do in about 6 chapters. And that's, what, and only in 37 pages. You know, 6 chapters, you know, that sounds like a lot. But we got 37 pages, you know. So pretty much all chapters from now on are going to be about 5 pages or so long. You know, so they're not very long chapters. We haven't got a lot of, and we've got a lot to come. So, yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how this progresses. Oh well, I didn't notice that. I'm just looking at the cover right now. It's the original cover for the book. And I'm just noticing you've got the Jedi Temple there in the background. I never noticed that. Anyway, but yeah, I enjoy this chapter. I'm going to be interested to see how they fit everything in one go. I did accidentally I did add a little peek on Keats Freely's Wikipedia page because I was just interested to see if this was his first appearance in Star Wars. It is. because the way they talk about him, it seems like he's another legacy character that they have in there. Because we've had Vitor, who was mentioned in Jedi Quest. We've had Dexter Jetster. We've had Obi-Wan. We've had Boba Fett. We've had Han. We've had loads of legacy characters, and I'm interested as to. Well, I was interested as to whether Keats was another one of them. And when I say legacy, I mean characters that have appeared before, just so we're clear. But no, Keats is a new character for this, and I was a bit disappointed to learn that he actually has an illustration along with Kuan, Orion, and Dexter. And he looks nothing like how I imagined him. I imagined him as a bald white man with a long black coat with a black shirt and trousers. And instead, he's a bit of a skeletal man with a brown coat and a shirt and a brown shirt and kind of beigey trousers, and he wears a kind of brown, kind of like detective sort of hat. So he also wears a tie. So he looks nothing like how I imagined him. But I am probably just gonna at least try to continue imagining him how I imagined him. So yeah. Again, I did look at some of the other pages as well to see if any of the other arrays had images. I did get a bit spoiled that Rahaya dies. I think Gillian Spence dies as well. I'm fairly sure Hume also dies. But I could be wrong on Hume. But yeah. Anyway, I'm going to be interested to see how this progresses, especially with how little time they have, because again, we've only got 37 pages now. We've only got 37 pages. That would only be about 3-4 chapters. We've got 6 chapters. 6 chapters is a lot, and we don't have a lot of pages, so yeah. Anyway, that's my review for chapter 11, and I'll see you all next time. Bye. Hello everyone, so I've just read chapter 12 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld. This is probably the shortest chapter in the book yet, not even doing about 3 pages. It doesn't even finish the 3rd page. So, this is definitely the shortest chapter so far. It almost finishes it, but it doesn't. So, everyone's walking through So this is going to be a very quick review. So everyone's walking through the tunnel, and eventually, let me see if I can find anything that may make this review a little bit more interesting and of note. That's so. We start off with them walking through the tunnel, and Guide says, "Watch out for the Juraqueet slugs as they're quite aggressive," and Trevor just says, "I think we've already been introduced." And they walk through, and the walls are dripping moisture, and they come across, and they will occasionally cross a foul-smelling toxic pool of toxic waste, and Guide explains that the original cities, of course, were built on the crust centuries ago, and that much of the infrastructure is underground, and that most of the water and power tunnels have caved in, but there were some transport systems that relied on what he refers to as a primitive engine that connected to a track in the ground, which we would know as a train. And he goes on to say that the tunnels they're walking through now were built out of blocks of stone, which, yeah, we know that. I'm fairly sure everyone there knows that. And he says that some of the tunnels are still intact, and they were later used to pump the oceans into the caverns, and that's where they're going. And they walk continue walking through, and they pretty much just lose track of time. They walk for so long, they don't know where they are, and they don't know what time of day it is. Ferris is just starting to feel the lack of sleep and decent food, but he keeps on going, and eventually he starts to hear water, and the guide explains that they'll be coming up to the water, and it will go deeper, and they'll come up to some catwalks that will let them continue to go above the water, and eventually they get there. They splash through the water for a bit, and then they start going upstairs and platforms, and they see a sea creature below, and that's when Guide finally tells them, "Oh yeah, don't fall in." And I think we can gather that. And eventually, they come to the top. They come to the top of the stairs, and the scaffolding suddenly opens up into a wide space, which runs the width of the cavern, and there are planks of plastoid and woods that are laid in patterns, and there are structures built there, and Guide holds up an electronic device, and it makes a noise, and that makes an electronic noise, and everyone comes out. And that's when Guide says to everyone starts murmuring to them, and the erased Ferris and Trevor start to feel a bit uneasy. And Guide says that he says, "I brought them to you from above." And he turns around and merges with the crowd and says, "They are yours now." And the crowd begins to move in closer. Ferris, Trevor and the Erased start to back up to the edge of the catwalk, and they have literally nowhere to go aside from the railings. And so, this is quite an ominous ending. But I don't think it's going to turn out to be what it seems like it's going to be. I have a feeling next chapter will open up, and what it turns out to be is just that we have someone to say, "Would you like some food?" or something like that. And it turns out, oh no, this was just a cliffhanger to make it seem tense. I have a feeling that's what it's going to be, but you never know. Again, not really a whole lot to talk about. Not a whole lot at all, because this is such a short chapter, and most of it is literally just walking. So yeah. And that is my review for chapter 12. I'll get to reading chapter 13. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I've just read chapter 13 of The Master of the Jedi, Underworld. So we pick up where we last left off. Ferris, Trevor and the Erased are getting surrounded. They're surrounded, everyone's moving in on them. The Erased ready their weapons. Trevor reaches into his utility belt, reaching for a grenade. And Ferris takes out his lightsaber. Let me go back a little bit. There we go. And Ferris is thinking that, well, he kind of expected Guide to betray them, but he didn't. But then that's when they all hear the people that they're surrounding them say, "Solace takes care of us," a woman said. "Solace brings us what we need," someone called. And that's when Ferris realises they're talking about Guide, and that Guide is Solace. And if you remember, I said it would be nice if Solace isn't a place, but a person. So I was right on that. And that's when Ferris realises this is how they survived. They Guides would bring people to them, and they would steal credits and items of value to buy supplies, and that they were scavengers. And again, everyone, the Erased ready their weapons,
and Ferris reaches into his belt for a grenade, and Ferris, of course, raises his lightsaber, and that's when Trevor throws a smoke grenade. As the first line of settlers charge, and at the same moment, Ferris draws his lightsaber about to deflect incoming blaster bolts. But that's when Guide somersaults over and Wait tells everyone to halt for a moment. And she holds up and she goes, "Wait!" and looks over at Ferris and goes, "Jedi." And then as he moves his glow rod around Ferris's face, he goes, "Not quite." And Ferris just goes, "What do you mean, not quite?" And Ferris was thinking it wasn't supposed to be in a conversation, but it's good. He can look around. He can see what openings they have, avenues of escape, and individuals that looks more competent than others, and what hidden weapons they may have. And Solace just says, "You should have done that already, not quite a Jedi." And referring to taking out his lightsaber, and says that you should have done it the first moment you arrived. And Ferris just goes, "Are you giving me lessons?" And Solace says, "Obviously, you need them, Padawan." And that's when Ferris thinks, well, admittedly, his instincts do seem to fail him at the worst of times. And that's when he understands who Guide is. And he should have guessed all along, and it seems so obvious now. But Guide is Vitor Anna. And the thing is, even Wikipedia has a separate page for Vitor Anna called Guide. So I'm going to have to pop something on the talk page there. And it does quite literally refer to an individual called Guide in Last of the Jedi, so I'm going to have to pop something on the talk page there. But anyway, that's when Ferris realises that Guide is Vitor, and that's when Vitor says it's about time and removes her helmet, and the helmet pitched her voice deeper. And she describes as... I'll just read how she's described. She was scorned, her cheeks hollowed. Her forehead marking was still there, but it was faint now, a faded tattoo. She had shaved her dark hair, but her blue eyes were still piercing. And she holds up a hand to everyone and tells them that they're not for them, and asks for them to disperse. But one man stays close, and she says to him, "Donal, can you get Ferris's companions some food? They've been walking most of the night." And that's when I assume Donal is her bodyguard, as he's prepared in case a attack is made by Ferris and the others. And Vitor explains to them that no one will hurt them now, and the arrays move off a bit, but Trevor stays by Ferris's side, and as it says, Trevor stayed stubbornly by Ferris's side. Vitor looks at Trevor and just goes, "Your apprentice?" "I wouldn't say that," Ferris said. "Me either," Trevor said. Ferris says that they've been looking for her, and she holds up her hands and says, "Don't use that name, I've left it behind. I'm Solace now." And she says, you left the Jedi. Some sort of spat between Padawans, I heard." As Ferris referred to as Vitor. And Ferris just says, "Hardly a spat," because of the amount of heartache and guilt it gave him. And Solace asks where he got the lightsaber, and he explains that it was from Gavin Mullen, and he goes on and he challenges her a bit and says, "The one you said you'd return for," and she says, "I tried," and Ferris just goes, "So you say." And Ferris and they're a bit like adversaries, and Ferris doesn't quite know how it happened, and he wasn't going to back down, but he could also tell that Solace was waiting, and either she still thought of him as a Padawan, or that she was used to people obeying her. And with the settlers here, and to Ferris that was quite clear in the way she gave orders and the way she expected them to move when she told them to. And Solace just says, we're off to a good start, and she guides Olin and Trevor to her office. And we get to see a bit of Ferris's thoughts, and also we get to see that Trevor and Ferris don't quite trust Solace at the moment, and this isn't quite the reunion that Ferris was expecting. He was expecting a kind of heartfelt and emotional reunion with Vitor, but instead this wasn't even close. And he expected it to be filled with relief and emotion and the core understanding between Jedi, but this wasn't close to that at all, and that Solace was just unreasonable to him, and that she seemed to have no wish to connect Jedi to Jedi, and instead she'd just taken every opportunity to remind him that he wasn't a Jedi. And Ferris just gets straight to the point and says, I know of another Jedi who is alive besides Garen. And we learn that although Obi-Wan had given him permission to reveal he still survived to other Jedi, Ferris doesn't quite trust Solace yet. He wanted to figure out why she was so unsympathetic, and how she didn't seem to be fazed in the slightest by letting them be. By letting the settlers steal from people that she leads there, she just doesn't seem fazed by it. And I'll just read it out. First elected to wait with details until he had a better grasp of what Solace was like. He was still bothered by the fact that she had led them there, that she had led them here, and then turned her back indifferently to their fate. Whatever had happened to her had pushed her very far from the Jedi path. And Ferris just tells him that the Jedi, which of course he doesn't say is Obi-Wan yet, he says that the Jedi is in exile, and that Garen and him have established a secret base for any Jedi where they can gather and become stronger. And Solace just takes this in and goes, You're serious? You're going to travel the galaxy picking up stray Jedi who may not even exist and bring them to some camp? And she gives a bark of a laugh and goes, count me out! And Ferris just tries to say that if they stay together they'll be stronger when the time comes to fight. And Solace just shakes her head and just says that the galaxy is controlled by the Sith and they've killed all the Jedi, and that Ferris's plan is doomed and she wants no part of it, and says that she's got everything she needs here. And Ferris tries to get a reaction from her and goes, beings who worship you, yes, I can see you have all the attention and service you could want. And Solace doesn't take the bait, and she just says, what's wrong with that? I've taken those who the Empire would have squashed like slugs and given them a safe place to live. What makes you think your plan is so much better than mine? Ferris says that they were destroyed, and even the younglings were slaughtered, and what makes us so unsympathetic to that. And Solace looks down through the gratings to the ocean below and just says that those were the black days, and she doesn't choose to revisit them. Ferris says that they can someday rise against the Empire, and he believes that they can do that with his whole heart. And that if he can help in any way, or even protect just one Jedi, then he will gladly do that. He will pledge himself to do that. And Solace says that, okay, may the Force be with you then, but she's not going anywhere. She's happy where she is. She goes on the occasional bounty hunting job to finance the area, the unbeat place, and it's filled with people she trusts, and the Empire doesn't even know where to find her.
and they don't even know that she's alive. And look, if you remember, back in I think it was chapter 6, where we get the conversation between Valorum and Vader. Back in that chapter, there was a mention of Valorum having a spy in the Jedi group, and I completely misjudged the conversation, because Vader also mentions that there is a Jedi on Coruscant, and that's the group that Valorum says that he's got a spy in. I thought they were talking about Ferrus, but no, he was talking about Phytor. So I've been completely confused the whole time when they've been saying Phytor, oh, he knows about Phytor, and it was, But no, he was actually talking about Phytor, and that's when Ferrus tells Solus that they do know of her existence, and that they overheard the head Inquisitor Valorum, and head isn't capitalised, so that brings up all other manner of questions about head Inquisitor thing going on with Valorum and Hydra. But anyway, he says that he overheard their conversation, and that Vader knows he's alive, but he doesn't seem to care much, and that he's a Sith. And Solus goes that there always do, but she didn't know who they were, but says of course it makes sense. And first says that Valorum knows that she's alive too, and that he's planning to take back the sub-levels of Coruscant and go all the way down to the crust, and that's why the Erased came down here for a place of safety. And also says that Valorum mentioned that they had a spy with Phytor's group, and Solus doesn't believe it. And Ferrus says that Ferrus says that he doesn't even know if it's true, but he's only telling her what he heard. And theorises that he could have just been saying it to impress Vader, because again, Valorum doesn't like making himself higher than others. And that's when Ferrus says, but can you afford to take that chance? Can you take that chance? And Solus doesn't answer, and Ferrus leans in and says they've kept the lightsabers, and that's when that grabs Solus's attention, and he says that there were hundreds of them, maybe more, from the Jedi that they killed, and Solus clasps her hands and leans forwards, resting her forehead against them, and Ferrus goes on and says they're lying in one of the storage rooms and gathering dust, and that's when Solus finally asks what she wants from him. What he wants from her, I mean. And Ferrus just goes, I'm only here to find a Jedi. And Solus takes a breath and says that they need to go back to the temple. And Ferrus is completely taken off guard. And as she wasn't expected to say that, and just goes, what? And Solus immediately starts planning, and she says, we'll get inside, find out what they're planning for the settlers and for the Erased. And Ferrus goes, I don't think we can, the security has been tightened. And Solus plans that they're going to steal the lightsabers, and in case any more Jedi are alive, they can have a lightsaber for an individual, for multiple individuals, to make a whole army. And in any case, Ferrus can hide them, and she says that the lightsabers shouldn't lie with the Sith, and that it's a desecration. Ferrus gets interrupted when he tries to say that he agrees, and Solus says that she'll discover who the spy is if there is one, and says, no, there's too much at stake, and they can leave immediately. And that's when Ferrus says if it wouldn't just make more sense to escape Coruscant, and that even if she doesn't want to come with him to the asteroids, the galaxy's big and they can find some place to hide. And Solus just said that she's tired of running, and that they've driven her here, and here is where she will stay. Ferrus says that they just left the temple a few days ago, and he doesn't think it's possible to get in and out now. Or let alone navigate once they're inside, as they'll be on full alert. And Trevor says double, full, extra alert. And Solus asks how they get in. And Ferrus sees that Solus has just already made up her mind, and he explains how he got in. through the towers and then down the service tunnels to the main building. And Solace just goes, the hard way. And Ferris goes, I didn't say it was easy. And she just goes, why didn't you take the supply turbo lift shaft along the southeast wall? There is no supply turbo lift shaft on that side. Of course, you don't know about it. It was built during the Clone Wars. And she goes on to explain that there were so many pilots and there was so much more gear to move back and forth to the hangar. That, and so it was built during the Clone Wars to to bring supplies from the storage room to the living quarters. It goes up vertically and then horizontally. And she brings out schematics and shows Ferris, and she asks where Malorum was, and she also asks if the living quarters are damaged. And Ferris goes, no, being destroyed, sorry, and Ferris goes, no, it's been damaged, but it's still intact. Much of it is, at least. And that's when Solace brings out the schematics and shows him the path. And she says, and she also explains that it connects to the turbo lift shaft in the spire. And Ferris tells her that the spire's damaged, and she says she knows, but it doesn't matter. And they probably don't use the turbo lift, as there's no reason to, because it mainly served the living quarters and the hangar. And that's when she asks where Malorum is, and that's when Ferris says that he's taken up base in Yoda's quarters. And Solace goes, and his office is here, only a short distance from the shaft. And that's when Ferris feels his blood quicken, and he can't shake and wonders if it's possible, and he shakes his head and even says that even if they could use a new turbo lift, how would they even get in? And that's when Solace explains that unlike most buildings at that level, the temple was built on poles that ran all the way down to the crust, and that she found them, and they can get in through there. And Ferris just goes through the floor, and Trevor just says, I'll have to blast in. And even if they do, they're going to draw attention. And that's when Solace tells them that no, she has a different way, and she shows, and she brings them over to a odd piece of machinery that she built herself, and explain that it can burrow through solid rock, and that she did have to take out the laser cannons and shields, but it's fast, and it can get through the base of the temple, and promises that. And Ferris asks why she built it in the first place. She explained that she lives under the crust and she needs an exit strategy in case of the worst. And she knows she's going and asks if they might go. And Ferris looks at Trevor and considers for the moment. And he thinks that this might just be the only chance to get in the temple. The only chance to fulfill his promise to Obi-Wan and retrieve the lightsabers, and that he could figure out a way to stop him. And that's when he thinks that this might be his only chance, and he says he's in. Hold on a moment. Right then, I'm back. So I did predict that Solace would be a person, you know. I said that in the very first chapter it was mentioned. I think it was, chapter 9, chapter 8, it was mentioned, Solace was first mentioned. I predicted it in that, you know, if you won't go back and watch my review on, I think, chapter 8, 9, 10, you know, you would have seen me literally predict it in that chapter. But I didn't expect Solace to be Fight or Rana. That did not hit me until it happened. I do quite like that Fight, or who I've just referred to as Solace because that's how she wants to be called, but I may use it interchangeably. I do like that Fight or Solace isn't the typical Jedi. I like that she's a bit different, how she's disconnected herself from the Jedi, and how she's nothing really like a Jedi now. And it does make you wonder, did she purposely abandon Garen?
because maybe Gavin reminded her too much of the past. As she says, the past are black days that she doesn't want to remember. And I think that could have been quite a big reason. It will be interesting to see if we learn why. I don't know if we will, but it'll be interesting to see if we do learn why. Again, I like that she pretty much is a bit smug and a little bit arrogant, a bit self-centered, and kind of a bit self-caring, not really, a bit selfish. I like that because again, I like that she isn't much like the ordinary Jedi, but she still has that respect for the things sacred to the Jedi. As soon as she hears about the lightsabers, she's right in on that action. And of course, when she hears, and also she wants to figure out who that spy is. And I think that is an interesting kind of twist on her character, because initially you wouldn't expect her to be like that. But she is, and I think that's quite interesting. Also, I didn't expect Guide to wind up being Solace, but anyway, again, I do quite like Solace's character. I think it's an interesting twist and an unexpected twist, and I do like how The Last of the Jedi does have those twists and turns. They are a little bit predictable. I will say that they can be a bit predictable, but it's not bad predictable. It's done in a way that makes it keeps things fresh. You know, we've already had the 11. We've already had the Erased. You know, I think if Solace was just another place, it would have just been a bit repetitive at that point. But no, Solace was a person. It kept things fresh and tried to subvert your expectations. You know, Solace. We've had Gavin Newland, we've had Ferris Olin, we've had Obi-Wan Kenobi, who are, for the most part, quite Jedi-like. Even Ferris, who doesn't really claim to be a Jedi, he still holds true to be, he's always trying to be like a Jedi. And even though he's not always like a Jedi, he's trying to be. And then you have Solace, who is nothing like a Jedi at all, even though she was once a Jedi. And I just think that Solace is quite a good twist on the things that you came to expect from what's been established in the first two books. So yeah, most of what I really have to say is about Solace, and I've already said it. Again, it was an interesting twist that Solace wasn't as much of a safe haven as you expected it to be. It wasn't all sunflowers and roses. You know, it was... even though, you know, the Erased were a bit like that, the Solace just comes more... I'm just going to refer to Solace now as a bit more of a collective term, hopefully, and if I need to refer to Fighter, I'll refer to her by Fighter, hopefully, if I remember to, but just for the rest of this review. But I do like how the people of Solace, that's what I'll call them collectively, and if I just say Solace, I just mean Fighter also. The people of Solace, I do like how they come across as a bit more aggressive than the Erased. You know, the Erased, they did come across as a bit uninviting initially, but then you had Dexter, who is a familiar character, he's quite a charming character, and kind of broke that whole conflict up before it really started. You know, it did kind of start, but didn't really get to any extreme points. But then with Solace, it doesn't feel quite as inviting. It doesn't feel quite as uninviting. I mean, it feels a bit more unwelcoming, and
that you're not well, and that's you can't be there, if that makes sense. Compared to the Erased, where it was very quickly became quite a place of belonging. There's just something off about the people and the place of Solace. And I think it's quite interesting how Jude Watson pulled off that mood, and I have a feeling it's probably due to where she set it in, and also how she put the cliffhanger. You know, when we were introduced to the Erased, the cliffhanger was Dexter Jetster, you know, and him calling for everyone to stop. You know, the cliffhanger for chapter, 12, that didn't end with Ferris pulling out his lightsaber and Guide revealing herself to be Phytor. You know, it ended on them thinking, oh, we're about to be attacked. And they were about to be attacked, but I think the way it was done, it just adds a thing about the place and area of Solace that just doesn't quite feel like doesn't quite feel as welcoming as the Erased. And I think it's interesting how Jude Watson's done that. Not really, I don't really have to... I also do quite like how Phytor, which again I'll just refer to as Solace, I do quite like how Solace as is a bit, oh, of course you don't know, and goes on to explain the main turbo lift. It just feels really, it just kind of further solidifies that kind of smugness on her part, and it's just a bit, oh, of course you're like this, but she's going, oh, of course you don't know. And it was quite, again, it's a bit humorous, but yeah, I'm going to be interested to see, you know, this is moving a lot faster than I was expecting it to. I knew it was going to move fast, but I wasn't expecting it to move this fast. But yeah, we've only got 4 more chapters left, I think. Because this is chapter 13, we got to there's only 17 chapters, and there's less than 30 pages left. I think it was something like page 111 or 112 that this chapter ended on, and it's 137 pages, so, you know, we've not got a lot of pages left. When I know the last chapter's 3 pages long as well, so... but yeah, that is my review for chapter 13. Again, I don't really have a whole lot to say on it because it is a lot of talking, a lot of mainly just learning what Solace is like, because I'm fairly sure this is the first appearance of Phytor in Star Wars. You know, she's been mentioned before, you know, she was mentioned in Dark Warrior, and I'm fairly do look at her page, she is mentioned in Jedi Quest apparently, or this was her first proper appearance, and I think it's quite interesting how she is very different to how you would expect a Jedi to be. But yeah, and again, this chapter mainly just establishing what Phytor is like, and then once we kind of established what she's like, we can't just move straight into getting to the temple, and so there isn't and also there is the reveal of course. But yeah, that's I don't really have a whole lot to say outside of that. But yeah, I'll be looking forward to the next chapters. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello everyone, I have just read chapter 14 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So when we pick up where we last left off, and before I do get into what the details, I need to give a little bit of background because this is probably going to be the most I have to say about the chapter. When it came to Trevor, I have quite often mentioned that while I do prefer Trevor because of how much more funny he is compared to Ferris, I do think Ferris is a better character, and also he does rank above Trevor for me in my list of favourite characters in Star Wars. And it's mainly because Ferris compared to Trevor, has a lot more depth. His past is much more relevant to his character, and I'm not trying to say that Trevor's past isn't relevant to his character. You know, when we first met him, he's suffering the consequences of his past, but unlike Ferris, his past isn't brought up a whole lot. It's often something that gets the occasional mention, but it doesn't get brought up a lot. Compare that to Ferris. You know, Ferris has his past brought up all the time in the books. In Underworld alone, I think Trevor's past has only been brought up about 3 times, and you compare that to Ferris, and his past has been brought up in almost every chapter. 2 of those times for Trevor, it was one of them being now, and the first one being when it was. Oh, I can't remember now. Being that he wanted to do anything to fight the Empire that destroyed his family, and also the third time being when we learn that his brother Tyke taught him how to change the blast and how to alter how powerful a grenade can be. And aside from those 2 instances and this instance I'm about to get into, we haven't had a whole lot of mentions. So this instance in the summary I'm about to give is what I've been kind of waiting for, and it's something that I think we really need to see a bit more of with Trevor. Again, I enjoy Trevor, but I think Ferris is the better character because of how much more his past is brought up and how much more it affects him. As Trevor, it's more of just the occasional bring up and mainly there to also remind you. Anyway, into the summary now. We pick up exactly where we left off, and right after Ferris says, right, I'm coming with you, Solace, Trevor says, I'm coming with you too. And Trevor looks at Ferris's face and he sees the expression on it, which is clearly just saying, oh no, not this again. But Trevor does not care. His father, his mother, his brother had all said, stay here, it's too dangerous, you'll be safe. And they had all said, we'll be back for you, we'll be back. They never came back. They never came back. They all died. And Ferris says that there's only 2 seats there, and that before he can even finish saying he'll be back for him, he just gets as far as I'll be back, and that's when Trevor immediately cuts in and says, no, don't say that, just no, or just don't. And it's a very impactful scene, and this is really what I've been wanting to see a bit more of with Trevor. This is such a scene that really is impactful, and it's really is heartbreaking. And Trevor, he wants to come. He does not want to be left behind and lose Ferris. And if Ferris does die, he wants to die with him. And I think that's a very impactful scene. And then Trevor starts listing off a few reasons as to why he should come. He says that, well, he's been in the temple, he can fit into tight spaces, and he's got half and quarter alpha charges. And they can blast holes, make openings without making a noise, and not draw any attention. And Ferris explains to Solace that Trevor has had a past, and Solace says that if she takes out the toolkit, they can fit Trevor in. And that's when Solace says to Ferris that Trevor... Solace just refers to Trevor as the kid here, but she just says to Ferris, look, the kid can handle himself, you could too at his age. And then tells Ferris to relax, and Trevor then cuts in and says Ferris doesn't know the meaning of that word, and Solace and Trevor laugh at Ferris, and it brings Ferris a bit of comfort to be laughed at, and it felt like a friendship, and I think that's a touching thing with Ferris. Anyway, then Ferris goes to say goodbye to the arrays that have been brought to the Place of Solace. I have to keep calling it the Place of Solace, because you got Solace as in the character fighter Rhino, you got Solace as in the place Solace. So, yeah, but he goes to say goodbye to the arrays, and he says that they're going to be taking off soon, and that he, Trevor, and Solace, the fighter, are going to break back into the temple, find out what Malorum is up to, and find out who the spy is, etc. And Hume says, "We're coming with you," and Ferris just says that no, there's no room in the speeder, and besides, you came all this way to find Solace, you found it, you're safe here. And he also explains that Solace's assistant, I was wrong, Donal isn't Solace's bodyguard, he's her assistant, so he says that Donal will be taking care of them as well. And as Ferris gets up to go, he looks at all the arrays that are there, Keats, Raya, etc. And even though they had only known each other for a short time, Ferris felt tied to them. He felt tied to their struggle to stay alive. And Curran says, the journey begins, so go. And it's because on Curran's homeworld, on the Civiliani homeworld, saying goodbye is bad luck. Anyway, that's when Ferris goes back to Solace and Trevor. They're already in position, and Ferris gets into the passenger seat, and Solace explains that she knows about, and they start going through the tunnels, and Solace explains that she knows about many other tunnels, and they shoot up through a crack, take the main, I think it's something, it's a like highway or something like that, and Solace explains that it took her months to find the parts to build this craft, and to build it, and that's it was quite hard to find the columns of the temple that go down to the crust, because they're covered by, because about a century after they were laid, they got covered by garbage and trash and buildings for that, and eventually they come up to it, and she weaves through. And then she says, hold tight, and they go shooting up one of the columns. And Trevor is just, again, in absolute amazement how it had taken them so long to get down to the crust. And now all these levels, all these floors, people, platforms, cloud cars, air taxis, etc., buildings are just shooting by him at an insane speed. And it's taken him so long to get, down there, and now they're very quickly going up, and it just amazed Trevor. And again, I think this is one thing about Trevor, especially in this chapter. He's very much got it's definitely very much the eyes of the audience for the most part in this chapter. We see things quite a bit from his perspective in this chapter. And again, it's what I said in a few chapters ago, Trevor, he's an excellent eye for the audience. We really get to see into his mind on his awe of things, and I think it's something that we generally don't really think about a whole lot when we're reading or watching stuff. But then we see it from Trevor's point of view, and he's the one who gets in awe, and it draws you in. You also feel the awe and go, yeah, this is actually very interesting. So yeah, that's another thing with Trevor that I quite like. Anyway, they eventually feel the speed slow down, and Vitor explains that right then they gotta be quick. They're gonna go to Malorum's office first, find out who the spy is, and also for Ferris to get all the files about what Malorum knows about Police Master. Then they're going to get the lightsabers and get out. They have to be quick. They just need to get in and out and be as quick as possible. And eventually they get to the base of the temple, and even Trevor can see that even the base has been damaged. It's blackened, it's broken, etc. There's pieces crumbling off. Eventually, after a bit of scouting around, Solus finds the place that she's about to cut into, and she activates the plasma jets, and they go through and they go up into the main turbo lift shaft that she was talking about, and they go through and they get out, and they go into the turbo lift up ahead with the hallway that's crumbled down, and she explains that there's a service hallway ahead, or maybe it's just said that there's a service hallway ahead by the book. I can't remember which one, whether it's the book or or Solus. But they get in there, and they wait for a moment, and Trevor looks over notices that Solus and Ferris seem to be connecting for a moment. They're not saying anything, but they seem to be connecting, and he knows, and Trevor just knows it's the Force, just because of how quiet Ferris is. He could tell when the Force was present, but just because Ferris went ever so quiet when accessing it. And then without words, Ferris cuts open a hole in the what's it called in the door, and they start going through the service hallway, and that's when Trevor and they're trying to be as quiet as possible, and Trevor almost trips on a conductor cable, and he is able to catch himself, and he breaks a sweat thinking about the noise that could have been made from that, and he notices that there are scrapes and stuff on the vents, on the power vents. But eventually they get to the main hallway, and they get into Malorum's office, and they find it it is a bit peculiar that there are no stormtroopers. But anyway, Ferris immediately goes over to Malorum's desk, only to find that there are no holo files, and no data pads. There are no holo files, no data pads. And Solus is a bit disappointed, and it's, oh no, I can't find the name of the spy. And that's when the lights dim for a moment and turn back on, and Trevor just is nervous and tells himself, no, it's just a glitch. But then eventually his anxiety takes over. He takes out pretty much the Star Wars equivalent of a screwdriver. It says something like a servo driver or something like that. And he takes off a panel and tells them to wait. Oh, but before that, Ferris does say he's wondering why there are no stormtroopers. He was expecting them to be. He was expecting it to be packed with stormtroopers, more than before, but there aren't any. And that's when, of course, the glitch for the lights happen, and Trevor takes off a panel off a wall and tells them to wait. And he looks in the panel for a moment and says that it looks like, and he also thinks back to the power vents and the conductor wire he almost tripped over, and he explains that they're draining the power, and Solus and Ferris wonder why, and Trevor says that he doesn't quite know why, but it seems like they're trying to what was it in specific? I can think of only one reason, Trevor said. A version of a sleeper bomb.
They've tapped different power stations all at once to fuel it. They're draining the power to build the explosion. They've gone into different power vents. I'd say they wanted to tap enough power to blow the entire temple. And that's when Ferris immediately clocks on that it's Malorum. He's trying to blow up the temple. And even though, because Vader told him to do it, even though Vader wasn't serious, it's Malorum's way to disgrace Vader in the eyes of the Emperor. Because he can say, Vader gave the order. And Vader technically did give the order. And that's when Ferris immediately asks Trevor after he realises that, how much time do they have? And Trevor gives a very kind of what explanation, and even Ferris just goes, so what does that mean? And Trevor says, it's going to explode soon, minutes. And we won't have enough time to get out the way we came. And immediately Solace and Ferris start scheming about what to do. Solace says they can get out through the front entrance, but they could have to leave the temple behind to let it get destroyed. And Ferris says, but they can't leave the temple and let it be destroyed. And Solace says, neither can I. So that's where we end off the chapter. I very much enjoyed this chapter. A short little story for this chapter. I was meaning to read it yesterday. I'll say yesterday. Oh wait, no. It was yesterday. And I was too tired to. But I was also not tired enough to go to sleep. I was too tired to read, but not tired enough to sleep. And and it was really frustrating me, and it went on for probably about 6, 7, 8 hours, and I was so frustrated that I couldn't read the chapter, so I'm happy I have now. But anyway, that moment at the beginning of the chapter though, I think that's the big part of the chapter that I want to talk about, because, again, I've already talked about it, but it is such an impactful moment. It is just so impactful, especially because Trevor doesn't often bring up his past. It's not often brought up, and while I do think that does work to the detriment of Trevor a lot of the time, I think for this moment in particular, the fact we've been starved of Trevor's past really made this hit hard. It really made it hit hard. And you just understand that pain that Trevor's feeling. You just immediately know, oh poor Trevor. And you just know that he's not going to have this. It's happened 3 times, well 2 times really, but it happened 2 times, one with his mother, the other time with his father and brother. But it just hits hard for him. And he's not letting this happen again. And the thing is, if he didn't go, because we know they're going to survive, let's be honest. We know they're going to survive. First, Trevor, and I'm fairly sure Source appear in the later Last of the Jedi books. But, you know, if Trevor didn't go, he wouldn't figure out that there was a sleeper bomb, probably, if there is a sleeper bomb. And Phytorna and Ferris probably would have died. And history would have repeated itself. And I think, again, this is just such an impactful thing for Trevor. And I do quite like in this chapter that we do spend quite a lot of it from Trevor's perspective. Really, with the exception of Ferris saying goodbye to the Erased, it is entirely told from Trevor's perspective. Also, when they're going up the column, Trevor's trying to stop himself from feeling dizzy. But anyway, and it is just, again, such an impactful moment. That
that moment at the beginning. And I really do hope we get to see more moments like that. And I think for Trevor, Ferris is the closest thing he has to a parental figure. And I think, and someone that can look after him, and someone that kind of lives up to what his father, mother and brother were like. And I think that's why he keeps staying. As much as he always tries to abandon Ferris, as much as he thought about abandoning Ferris, and as much as Ferris keeps trying to get rid of him, they are very much intrinsically tied. They are very much tied together. And even though, you know, Ferris is trying to protect Trevor and trying to keep him out of danger, Trevor, he doesn't care about that. He cares about the safety of Ferris. And even though he got angry at Ferris for not saving him, it's a bit like the family dynamic where you get angry at, you can sometimes get frustrated, but you forgive each other in the end because you're family. And I think you can kind of see that breaking through with Trevor here. And I think it's so sweet. And again, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. Jude Watson couldn't have picked a better pairing of characters for these books. And also a better dynamic for these characters. I think it works just so well. I think Ferris and Trevor just work so well together. They really do. And it's just absolutely wonderful when we get these moments like this, like that in the start of this chapter. So yeah. Again, not really much else to say about the chapter. Again, it is a lot of the plot moving, and not really a whole lot to talk about. I think the main thing I have to talk about is Malorum. Because Malorum, he's been quite an interesting character, to say the least. And I think it is such... Malorum's ever so smug. He's so smug, but he's also very intelligent. He's quite intelligent, to an extent. He's intelligent, but, you know, not Thrawn intelligent. And I think this just really shows how Malorum just is, how much Malorum just goes. So, yeah, I don't really quite know how to put it into words, but I think it is interesting how Malorum is twisting Vader's commands into his favour, and I think that is an interesting thing to see from Malorum. So, I know the next book is the last book to feature Malorum. I know Death on Naboo is the last one because, again, spoilers. I haven't read it. No, I haven't read it. I know that's the last. I know that Malorum is the death on Naboo. I know he dies in that book. That's the death on Naboo, and yeah. Honestly, after Death on Naboo, I have no idea where Last of the Jedi is headed, because Malorum is the one character. Malorum and Sankor were the two characters in Last of the Jedi that gave me some idea of what the initial books would be like. But now that both of them will wind up dead, I have no idea what the plot's gonna be. To be fair, I didn't really have any idea what the plot of Underworld will be, and I have no idea what the plot of Death on Naboo will be. But you know, it's... Even then, there's still some connections to Police Master. That was the main thing I was aware of going into Last of the Jedi. So, I am going to be very interested to read, sorry, don't tell me, but I want to read it myself, but yeah, I'm going to be very interested to know, because of Hydra's page on her Wikipedia is not very well, it's not thoroughly gone through, aside from she investigated Alderaan with Ferrus, I'm fairly sure, and I could be very wrong on that, because if I know Ferrus winds up becoming Leia's personal protector, but yeah, I'm going to be very interested. I don't know why I'm talking about Death on Naboo. This is meant to be my review of Chapter 14 of Underworld. Okay, I'll just shut up now and end the review here, because if I continue talking, I'm this is going to stray way further off from the review of Chapter 14. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and goodbye. I'll see you in the next review. Hello. I have just read Chapter 15 of The Last of the Jedi, Underworld. So we immediately pick up where we last left off. Well, say where we last left off. We have a little bit of a jump, but not by much. We now got Ferrus, Trevor and Solus running through the main hallways of the Jedi Temple. Malorum and the officers have evacuated the stormtroopers, so there is a bomb. And they've left attack droids to ensure that no intruders can mess up the explosion. And Ferrus and Solus all start slicing up the droids with their blue lightsabers, and Solus is much better with a lightsaber than Ferrus. She doesn't waste movements, and Trevor is a bit behind, but the short combats against the droids, the short fights, do allow Trevor to catch up a bit. And eventually they get to the main core room, the sublight generator room, the main room with that. Trevor explains that they need to drain the power, and that they have to do it gradually, otherwise they could set the bomb off. And so Ferrus immediately gets onto the computer console and starts disarming it gradually and slowly until all the lights went from green to yellow to red. And then Solus asks now what, and Trevor says that we wait and see if it goes off. And once he starts seeing the lights start receding, he says, okay, the power's draining, you can destroy it now, it's dead. And Ferrus goes and slices it neatly in half. And they have a bit of a talk. Now it's on. There we go. And they talk a little bit about the temple. Solus asks how long until they figure it out, and Ferrus says no, it's not soon. All of them will want to have seen the temple blow up. And Trevor explains that they stopped him, but all he has to do is set up another sleeper bomb, or whatever it was called. And Ferrus says he thinks Vader will try to stop Malorum, and that the Emperor wanted the temple to remain as a symbol of the Jedi and their destruction. And how it's the symbol of the wreck of the Jedi, as Ferrus puts it, but to him it's, as Ferrus puts it, a symbol of what they can be again. And Solus just says, I don't know if it's a symbol of anything anymore, I just know it was my home, and I don't want them to blow it up. And they start making their way to the main entrance, and that's when they start hearing stormtroopers coming in, and the stormtroopers flood in, and Malorum's there heading the group, and he winds up getting lost in the sea of stormtroopers as it's described, and he just screams, "Find them!" And so now Ferris, Trevor and Solus's best shot is to get to Solus's craft, or ship as they put it, but let's be honest, it's more of a craft. And so they start bolting down the hallways as Seeker droids trying to find them out ahead, and one of the Seeker droids catches them, starts chasing them, and Ferris slices it in half with his lightsaber. And eventually, soon after he does it, the stormtroopers start coming, and Solus knows that, they've got this, they've found them on surveillance. Their surveillance, they were caught. And they eventually make it back through the service tunnel to the entrance to the hole that Ferris cut. And he hurries Trevor through, Solus goes through, and Ferris looks ahead and sees that he deflects some bolts, he's about to go back in, and that's when at least 50 stormtroopers, as it's described, come in, and with some of them on AT-RTs, and Ferris knows he can't fight them, and he sees in Trevor's eyes the absolute pain in there. Let me see if I can get to the page. There we go. And I'll just read it off. He looks at Trevor, whose eyes were wide, pleasing. "I'll be back," he yells. "I told you not to say that." And that's when Ferris deactivates his lightsaber and throws it in the air, and Solus catches it, and Ferris sees that Solus is considering joining him, making that last stand. And Ferris knows he can't have that, and he tells Solus to make sure that Trevor is safe, and he tells her to get Trevor out of there. And so that's when she does go for Trevor. And Trevor's hammering and punching her back as they set off. And as again, Trevor, he doesn't want to leave Ferris behind. He doesn't know if he's going to see Ferris again. We all know he probably does, but he doesn't. And he has so much trauma about losing his family, especially with the words, "It's too dangerous, stay here, you'll be safe here, we'll be back." That brings up a lot of trauma for Trevor, and it's really upsetting to see him have to go through this again. And Ferris turns to face the stormtroopers, and he knows they'll be capturing him alive, because he knows Malorum will want him alive. And that's where we leave off the chapter. It's a really big cliffhanger, this one. I like that again Trevor takes a bit of command of the situation. Again, he's very much an expert in tech. He's a tech expert, and I like that he takes command of the situation. And how, whereas Ferris is typically very good when it comes to the combat, Trevor's quite good when it comes to the technical sides of things, especially with explosives. And so I do like that he took a bit of command from the situation. For the ending though, again, I already kind of talked about it, but it is again just so impactful. It is so impactful. I have been critical that we don't see enough of Trevor's past. It doesn't get mentioned enough. I do think because it hasn't been mentioned enough, it makes the scenes like these so much more impactful, because he's constantly kind of putting down that pain and trauma. but when he's finally thrown into situations that brings that up, he breaks. Trevor can't handle it. And I think it's, again, such an interesting and disheartening and upsetting quirk to the character. Especially for a character that's, most times, every other line, cracking a joke. That is actually quite funny. It's quite funny, Trevor. But I think it makes moments like these just so impactful. And especially because Trevor uses the words, "I'll be back." Those are the words Trevor never wants to hear you say. Especially when you're going into a situation where you could die. Those are the words Trevor never wants to hear you say. And it's just so impactful. It is. And I'm looking forward to finishing the book, because I've only got chapters 16 and 17 and then I'm done. I've only got about 7 more pages, so yeah. It is just... I think this might be the best of the Last of the Jedi books so far. And I think Desperate Mission, it was good. But again, I think Desperate Mission is a bit better than Dark Warning. But you know, Desperate Mission, that was a pretty good story, and you know, it had quite a lot going on. Dark Warning was a bit more, I don't think it was quite as good, but it definitely felt like it was a bit more of a side quest, if anything. And Underworld, again, still feels a bit like a side quest, but I think it's a bit more of an interesting side quest. And Dark Warning, personally. And I do think we've had a lot of great character moments in this. We've had a lot of great moments from Ferrus. We've had a lot of great moments from Trevor. We've met quite a few good characters. We've had a bit more of Malorum. You know, I think this book did a lot more I think, than Dark Warning. Again, I don't know why I'm talking about the book as if I finished it, which I haven't, but I think compared to Dark Warning, where very much felt like it was trying to set up a whole load of stuff, Underworld doesn't feel like it's trying to set up the future books. It very much feels like it's trying to continue the story. And I think that's one of the reasons why I think it is a bit, maybe just a bit better than Dark Warning. Whereas Dark Warning, you know, that was very much setting up the story in the middle of the story, if that makes sense. And it works. I think Jude Watson did good with it, but I don't quite think it was. Again, I enjoyed the book. I want to make it clear. I did enjoy Dark Warning. I just don't think it was as good as Underworld or like Desperate Mission. Anyway, I don't think it's a bad book in the slightest. I do think Dark Warning is quite good, but it is just, compared to Underworld and Desperate Mission, it's just not as good. Anyway, I'm going, like last chapter, I'm going to wind up going on a tangent again if I don't end the review here, so yeah. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye. Hello, I have just read chapter 16 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld, so now I only have one more chapter to go. So, Ferrus is in the prison. He doesn't know where the prison is, he just knows that he's on Coruscant. As we learn, he has a bruise on the back of his head from the stun baton that hit him there, and his legs are still tingling up to the back of his knees from the shock. And he knows that this is only the beginning, and he thinks back to when he was last in prison and how he had at last escaped, and he doesn't think he'll be that lucky this time. And he just knows that he's going to make the interview as hard for Malorum as it can be. And he knows that one thing you really don't want is an Inquisitor with a grudge. And
That's when Malorum walks in, and Ferris knows that Malorum's getting enjoyment out of the situation. And that's when he decides, okay, he's going to make it, give Malorum a hard time. And he says to Malorum, oh, we've got to stop meeting like this. And Malorum just says, very amusing. And Ferris immediately starts saying, no, I'm serious, you need to get out of this prism, see the galaxy, have some fun. And Malorum just says, I am having fun right now, I'm enjoying this immensely. And Ferris sarcastically remarks, oh wow, me too, now we're finally bonding. And that's when Malorum says that they should finally talk. And Ferris just says, he stretches out his legs and they do have a bit of pain going on that nearly makes him wince, but not quite. And he just thinks to himself to be a Jedi, be the Jedi he never was, and that he needs to centre himself. And he needs to accept his fear and find his centre. And Malorum says, let's talk about the Jedi, and that he underestimated him. And thought he left them behind, never to look back, but now he's looking for the Jedi. And who was the Jedi he was with just? And who was the Jedi he was with? And Ferris goes, well, I was once a Jedi long ago. There were thousands of them. Malorum just goes, no, the Jedi you were with today. And when they broke into into, as he says, Imperial property, and what is the name of the Jedi he was with on Balasa? As I think he assumes they're the same. And Ferris says that, oh, he never mentioned his name. And Malorum finds that hard to believe. And Ferris says, now that's the difference between you and me. If all your friends have been wiped out, do you really think you'll be going around sharing your name with people? And that's when Malorum says, if I was a coward. And Ferris just says, but in my opinion, cowardice is underrated, it keeps you alive. And Malorum says, oh well, if being alive is so important to you, that's a pity. And then Ferris continues to make his jokes and says, oh, now you're feeling sorry for me now, I didn't know you cared. Malorum just laughs and says that he's seen this before, and that Ferris will be surprised at how often people put up a bravado in the face of death. And Ferris says he doesn't really much care about being unique and that he was a Jedi after all. Malorum says, well, I suppose you are all the same hypocrites who are hungry for power, who tried to take over the Senate and kill Palpatine. They did it all while in the humility of the robes they wore and cloaks, and says it was a good scam, but it's over. Ferris says he loves the rhythm of the party line. Just say the lies loud enough and long enough and put a drum beat behind it, and the next thing you know, everyone is singing the same tune. Malorum tries to say that the truth is that, and he gets immediately cut off by Ferris. And Ferris says that the truth is that the Republic is now an empire at the hands of Palpatine, who is only hungry for power and interested in increasing his power. And that Malorum is just as lucky, and that Palpatine is only interested in having more power. And Malorum tries to tell him that this isn't a debate and that it's been fun, but if he isn't going to cooperate. And Ferris cuts in again and says, you have ways to make me talk? Let me think. Torture is still against the bylaws of the Senate last time I heard. And that's when Malorum tells him, the Senate agreed to give Palpatine more freedom in how he handles enemies. And Ferris just thinks, the Senators continue to give Palpatine anything he wants, and that he's breaking the agreements the Senate was founded on, and that Palpatine was clever and how he always acted with the approval of the Senate, and in a way where the Senate could never say no. And Malorum makes it clear he's sending Ferris off to a prison world and he'll be executed. That is where no one goes, and that if he doesn't reveal the name of the Jedi he knows that are alive, they will be executed for crimes against the Empire. And he says to Ferris that his name has already been forgotten on Belasa, and that's when Ferris continues to make jokes, saying, well, I never call, I never write. And Malorum just says, I'm talking to a dead man, Malorum said, and it's time for my lunch. And Malorum leaves with, as it's described, with the same indifference he had with in the interview, and that's where we end off the chapter. Okay, I think it's... Ferris, this is really the point where we haven't had a lot of jokes from Ferris. I know he's not typically always giving jokes, but this is probably the most he's joked in the yearbook so far, and I think this is actually quite... It's both humorous and dark, the scene. And the way Ferris is pretty much in control of the interview, and now he's the one really interviewing Malorum. And I think that's ever so funny, especially with who Malorum thinks he is. He thinks he's this grand figure, but he's really not. He's really not that grand at all. And Ferris sees through his facade, and is immediately able to say, and is just able to keep making jokes surrounding things, and even though Ferris is afraid, he really just keeps making his way through it in such a humorous and entertaining way. And you can just tell that Malorum is just... He's seen this before, he's experienced this, but you just know he doesn't like it. He doesn't like people putting on a show for him every single time he goes to interrogate them. You know, you really just get that feeling from Malorum, and he's in the beginning, you know, he thinks he's in control, but by the end, he just gets straight to the point, and he just doesn't want to continue with Ferris. So it was quite funny, but yeah. I have only one more chapter to read now. That's only 3 pages, if that, because I know technically it's 2 pages, about nearly 2 or so, but because of how, you know, they've got the first page, which about a quarter of it's been cut off by the chapter title, and the last page has barely got any text on it, so only got 4 lines of it, so yeah. But that is my review for chapter 16, and I'll be back in a moment with my review for chapter 17, so bye. Hello, I've just read chapter 17 of The Last of the Jedi Underworld, and in turn I have finished the book. Now I want to mention something from chapter 15 which I didn't mention in my chapter 15 review, and that is, it was made clear that when Ferris threw his lightsaber to fight, or it was because he was going to be captured, but not his lightsaber. So I just wanted to make that clear. I was meant to mention it in last review, but I failed to. I forgot to. So anyway, we come with Trevor and Solace, and they're in the little parking spots that Solace had, and Trevor is just screaming and yelling at Solace, and he's just furious at us, saying, "You left him behind." And Solace said that he chose to be captured. It was his choice, and Trevor is saying, "Jedi to save other Jedi." But you don't do that, do you? That's twice now. You've shown that you don't have much in the way of loyalty, really. And Solace just is impassive. She isn't showing any emotion.
and Trevor can't tell if she's angry, but he wants her to be angry. He wants to fight. And that's when Solace says, we'll find him. And that completely takes Trevor off guard, and he goes, as if it's words in the distance, and he just goes, what? Solace goes, we'll find him. I won't stop until we find him. This isn't over, but we need supplies and information. And that's when Solace stops for a moment, as if she's listening with nothing to hear to. And Trevor is confused and goes, Solace, what? And that's when Solace runs off. And Trevor tries to keep behind, and that's when Solace leaps up the catwalks, and Trevor just knows it's force assisted because it's too impossible. And that's when blasts of fire and screams are heard. And that's when Keats appears at the top of the catwalk, at the edge of the catwalk, and just tumbles down. And he's all bloody, there's blood leaking from a wound, and he just lands at Trevor's feet. And that's when Donal appears at the edge of the catwalk as well, and says that they're under attack. And Trevor just thinks Solace was right, this isn't nearly over. And he prepares himself, and he's getting himself ready, and Trevor starts getting himself ready to fight, and that's where we end off Last of the Jedi Underworld. So, I do like how Trevor is really angry at this. Because again, these last few chapters really have gone deep with bringing in Trevor's past. And this is just continues that. And it is, again, just so heartbreaking, and you really do feel for Trevor. Now, I'm going to talk about the whole book now, because I don't really have too much to say on this chapter, because it is so short, and it is just setting up the next book, really. I quite enjoy the book. I definitely think it's better than Dark Warning. Again, for me, I think the rankings so far... Or do I put Underworld above Desperate Mission or not? I'm going to go Desperate Mission at my top, then Underworld, then Dark Warning for now. I think the Desperate Mission is probably the best one out of the three so far. I think Underworld probably is definitely a bit better than Dark Warning. I said in one of the earlier reviews in this video that, yeah, I do think Dark Warning was a bit of... was a little bit filler, I think, because it was just a lot of setting stuff up. But, yeah. There was a lot in this book, and it's sad that Keats is dead. I think he's dead, at least, because I really like Keats. You recall Higher, whatever it's meant to be, maybe Higher. He would call her Sweet Blossom, and it's all. But I quite enjoy this book. I do think it is a bit disappointing we didn't get more of Dexter Jetster, because it does feel a bit like it felt like we were going to see him again later on in the book, and we just did not. You know, he appeared at the end of one chapter, appeared once, and then appeared in the next chapter, and just hasn't appeared again. So. It does feel a bit, But, yeah, I quite enjoyed the book. I'm going to be very interested to see where Death on Naboo goes. Because, again, aside from the Police Master storyline and Ferrus and Hydra trying to find Leia, I don't really know a whole lot about what goes on in these books. And the Police Master storyline, you know, as far as I knew, it was... Obi-Wan was going to come across Malorum and Sancor, which I eventually learned when reading Dark Warning. Oh no, Malorum was not present at all in Dark Warning. It was only mentioned. But yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see where Underworld winds up going. So. I mean, Death on Naboo, sorry, because I know Malorum's going to die in that, so I know that's where the book, I know that's where that's said. But, yeah. Again, I don't really have a whole lot to say on Underworld at the moment.
I do think it worked with Trevor right at the end again. That was so heartbreaking. It was so impactful. I think at the start, with all of Ferris's memories, some of them were a bit humorous, and some of them really were quite impactful. And I'm a bit sad that the Erased do seem, especially with Keats, but the Erased do seem to be maybe dead, unfortunately. Especially, it's a shame because I really like Keats. Keats was so good, but now he's dead. But yeah, Again, I'm just gonna be rambling on if I continue this. So yeah, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.